All right. Good morning or evening. As you can see, this is a bit of a different stream, and I'll be taking over for Amado today. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Akiel Swachflugo. I am a member of the Tryout Club and president of the student council. And yeah, so today I want to do something different, something different. Do a tier list of a mod that I have never played, just because like some of the religions in it were sounded so absolutely ridiculous, and I really wanted to deepen myself into that. So yeah, hope that's entertaining. We'll see, we'll see. Maybe I should like maybe I should change the game title to CK2. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Excuse me. But anyway, yes. Hello to any VOD watchers or lurkers, and well, let's get this show on the road, huh? How about it? Okay. Um. Okay. Okay. So first off, three disclaimers. Three disclaimers. I am not religious. I am not American, and I have never played CK2. That is perhaps the biggest issue of all of these. So, if there's any jokes that I don't get, then yeah. Hold on, my model being weird. Shoot. Ah, fuck. Oh well. Oh well, I don't care. Okay, let's see here. What's the problem? What the hell is the problem here? That's way too small, that's the problem. There we go. But yeah, of okay, anyway, we're back, I guess. I guess we're back. Um kind of there's still some issue. Hold on, let me just fix this. I hate it when scuff happens. There we go. There we go. Maybe just a little more to the left. Oh yeah, I should probably get chat into the window too, shouldn't I? Oh man, it's been so long since I've streamed. And I haven't really been the best lately, in the best mood. You know, I got sick, and there were some communities that weren't so nice to me. And I had to break some ties off. It sucks, but that's neither here nor there. Let's not think about that, right? Let's like forget about that shit. Let's forget about that and focus on the stream instead. Okay, yeah. Anyway, back to the fucking disclaimers. First off, I don't play CK2. That's probably the biggest issue here. Second, I'm not religious, so this is not meant to be like an attack on anyone or making fun of anyone's beliefs. And three, I am not American, so there's probably a lot of jokes and references that I don't get here. And yeah, and three, this is not meant to be a gameplay tier list. This is not meant to look at, oh, the stats of this faith give you X and Y bonuses. No. This is meant to be purely looking at it from a lore perspective of how fucking ridiculous they can get. And like how silly it can get, right? Purely like lore and purely like how ridiculous can we get in here. Which is why we have the tier list over here. Oh yeah, I'm not using tier maker. You know why? I don't like tier maker. I just don't like tier maker, and besides that would have me needing to download each one of these and then later upload it to tier maker. That's gonna take long. I feel like Paint.net's better. Anyway, tiers are hold on, they have some good points. Very creative. To LeMayo. To what the fuck? To good idea. To meh. To boring, and we have this in real life already. So this one's reserved for like real religions, like like Christianity, Sunni, Islam, Hinduism, Judaism, like everything that already exists in real life will go bottom tier. You know why? They don't have to do any research for those to give those flavor. So that's why that's all the way down below. Again, not making fun of anyone's beliefs or anything, but this is just for like how creative can they get in this well this mod, I suppose. All right. All right. Oh yeah, and I was thinking of putting on some music, some American classical music. Thought that would be fitting for here. All right, let's start. Also, turn on dark green. Come on now. Oh well, I guess light mode. I guess we'll have to do light mode then. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Okay, starting off with, I guess, Catholic. What the? Santeiro. All Saints Catholicism. Or Santeiro is organized Catholic faith in 2066, predominantly found in the northeast of Brazil. All Saints collection emerged in the anarchic environment in Salvador of the mid-23rd century as a state-sanctioned form of Christianity. Endorsed by the first monarch of the empire by Brazil, openly embracing the syncretic traditions of popular Catholicism and Afro-Brazilian faiths, the liturgy of Santeiros will evolve into public processions incorporating drumming and songs into sacred Portuguese and Yoruba language. Huh? What? In sacred Portuguese and Yoruba languages, believers also put great importance to the worship of Christian saints, who are often conflated with the Orixas of Candomblé, allowing for many rites and sacraments to be shared by both faiths. The main categories of the Santeiros are the yearly festivals in praise of Virgin Mary, also honored as the Orixa Lamanja, a series of celebrations led by the Patriarch of Salvador himself. Okay, so seems to be just Christianity plus, which is kinda... Wait, does this exist in like real life? Let me check. Okay, let me open up another window. Santeiro. It does not exist. It does not exist. So this is just This is just Catholicism plus. I'm gonna put it pretty low. I'm a pretty. This is pretty boring. We're starting off pretty weak so far, actually. Like, it's not that creative. Okay, there we go. By the way, there's a lot of these here. Do I have to do them in order? I mean, I guess. But then we just start with all Catholic ones, and then only later we get to the fun ones. You know what? Let's do one of the fun ones. Let's do one of the fun ones. Alright. Niguilatun, southern Chile and southwestern Argentina. The traditional faith of the Mapuche people. Adherents of this faith believe that before the world was formed, different primordial spirits called the Ngen, the Pilan, and the Walungang can be formed from Punam, the universal soul, and gave shape to all creation through their conflicts and stories. Now the spirits rest, still influencing the world. And the Nigchen, the ruler spirits of mankind, blesses those who are satisfied with more offerings. Blah blah blah. Led by mostly female machi, by spiritual leaders, blah blah blah. Believe that the event was just another cycle in the world. Okay, what the fuck is Feyentune? That's probably a real world one, isn't it? Hold on. Yep, that's real. That's a real thing. Okay. Sorry, you're gonna have to go into the lowest tier. Just because it's like a real thing. I mean, it's cool that they have it. It's cool that they have like real like native religions too. But I was hoping for some more crazy ones. You know what? I think like, okay, most Abrahamic ones and most Amerindian ones, they're not gonna be the crazy ones. The crazy ones are gonna be in anachronous, folkloric, and harmonic. I feel. Alright. Let's skip ahead a bit, right? Let's skip all this. Wait, what? Satanist? Wait, no, I gotta check that out. What? Satanist faiths. What? Church of Satan. An organized Satanist faith that does not exist. What the f- Claiming to be the first openly Satanist deformation, the Church of Satan, having been founded in antediluvian times by High Priest LaVey, discards the dogma of Christianity and centers itself around the individual and their ego. LaVey's Satanism rejects any master over man. Instead, okay, I think this was an actual thing though. Instead, encouraging practitioners to pursue their own desires as masters of themselves, not masters of external authority. Though they can deny the existence of gods, the Church of Satan openly encourages the practice of magic, seeing it as a tool by which the powerful can make their will manifest in reality. Okay, I'm kind of conflicted on this because this is both clearly something real, but it's also insane, I feel. Also, this does not fit. I feel like this doesn't fit. Skip. Okay. Skip. Okay. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Back on. I'm sorry. I love classical music, but good grief, does it sometimes it really not fit for the mood? Okay, I'm gonna put this in fucking like, what the fuck? I'm gonna put this in what the fuck. I know it's real, and I apologize to any Satanists watching right now, but I think it's crazy that they put it in the game. I think that's crazy. It's cool though, it's very cool. Coventa what? What the fuck? It's like a... What the hell? It's a cross. It's like it's an upside down cross with the LGBTQ symbol. To the Covenant class, the Second Flood was the greatest betrayal across the dark history of oppression and lies brought about by the malevolent god Genova. The event was a violation of the sacred Noahide covenant, which finally forced Jesus to revolt with his fallen brother Lucifer and protect mankind from the hate of their grim creator. The two now lead humankind together in righteous rebellion against their fault. What the fuck? Bringing light to the world and ending the dim tyranny of Jehovah. Lucifer illuminated Adam and Eve of divine knowledge, and Jesus brought radiant compassion to mankind, but both efforts were hampered by the gloomy Jehovah's wrath. However, one of the followers of the false deity defeated them, and angel of justice was shine bright across earth, creating a world where all people can live together peacefully in freedom and brotherhood. Okay, this is already fucking insane. This is fan fictions here. This is like Bible fan fiction where Jesus and Satan, they fucking Jesus and Satan team up against God. Jesus and Satan team up against God. That is fucking insane already. That is like, oh, that is like insane. Okay, I'm gonna put this one a bit more down. Okay, I'll put real Satanism a bit more down. We have this in real life, but this is insane. This is absolutely insane already. Temple of Advocation. What? The Satanist. It's a Satanist symbol with American stars. Despite its relatively small size, the Temple of Advocation wheels outside its interfaith debates in the Americanist sphere. What are Americanists? We've got it. Like other doctrinaire Satanists, the Temple rejects the notion of external gods and views Satan as a liberating metaphor instead of a liberal figure. It expands their definition of liberation and freedom to be beyond the scope of this individual. The role of the institutions to protect the personal liberty of the people, and the greatest of these institutions is the government set out by the Constitution of the United States of America. Seeking the founders as analogues to Satan and his struggle for liberty against what? Advocation is to seek to uphold the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, especially if those rights are threatened by the substance. Okay, this one's insane too. This is basically like... So this is basically American Satanism. Like, straight up. This is American, good old-fashioned American Satanism. This is crazy. Wait, real religions? How is this real? How is that real? How is this real? How the hell is this real? I'm gonna put this in LMAO for now. If you are a real person that practices this, first off, very interesting. Second off, no offense, but third off, you gotta admit that this is some crazy stuff to include in a game like this, right? Is this crazy? Okay, we got the Satanists down, oh my goodness. Now for Americanists. And this, okay, this does not fit. There. 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 Come on. No slow. Okay, I don't think that fits either. Alright. Man, what is some good fitting music for her? Let me think for a moment, though. Let me think. Well, I guess while we're doing that, we can do silence. Maybe just some background noise. I don't know. Either way, let's just go over these for now. I'll think of them later. I'll think of it later. Let's just first go over Americanists. We got libertarian, constitutional, exceptionalist, heartful, Emigrarian, Mayflower, principlist, and Yaleman. I don't know much about Americanists, but apparently it's like Americanists believe that the ancient United States was a land uniquely blessed by providence, a country where every man was free from want, fear, and all treachery and of tyranny. This prosperity stemmed from the people's belief in the American dream, which ensured that America stayed on the path to prosperity and liberty. However, the dream was forsaken by the people of the past, for the America of today is a shadow of its former self, a mere memory of a memory. Yet America can never truly die, and those who still believe in the dream diligently work towards the day when Providence will once again grant America life, liberty, and happiness. Okay, so yeah, this is basically they worship like American figures, like George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Van Halen, I guess. Well, not Van Halen, but like George Washington, Abraham Lincoln. I guess the Statue of Liberty here. Libertarian depicts an image of Lady Liberty, right? The Children of Liberty break from mainstream American thought by claiming that Lady Liberty herself is the sole righteous divinity, with the founders prophets of her message. Monolatrists, libertarians, what is monolatrist? I don't know what that word is. Libertarians expound that liberty in all her aspects reign above all the others as the highest law in the land. Lady Liberty is the torchbearer. Okay, so they basically worship the Statue of Liberty. These guys worship the Statue of Liberty. Okay. Lady Liberty is the torchbearer whose shining light enables anyone to prosper in the land of opportunity, to break one's chains and achieve one's desires with equal opportunity. Long welcoming the downtrodden with her open arms, libertarians emphasize that only through providential liberty does the American dream come within reach. Due to their denial of the founder's full divinity, libertarians occupy on the fringes of what most Americanists would consider their righteous brethren. Okay. Okay, so I guess like the good old fashioned American Satanism is like a hybrid between like 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 Americanism and Satanism. This one's crazy too though. Like holy shit, they worship the fucking Statue of Liberty. That is crazy. That is insane. That is insane. Constitutional courts. Okay, so a key aspect is its emphasis on jurisprudence, with followers and judges constantly striving to uphold what they consider the law of the land. The constitutionals, however, reject much of mainstream Americanism's legal rulings as deviation from the founders' vision. The original meaning of the Constitution, the divine law of mankind, can only be understood by the gods. Mortal men cannot improve upon the perfections. The mortal men that had succeeded the divine founders were quick to misinterpret the Constitution and corrupt the laws of the land, with the door to apotheosis closed long before the event. Judges must rigorously study under the founders to gain insight into the divine intent of the law. Constitutionals decry the overwhelming majority of rulings by mainstream Americanists as innovations, instead relying on their own corpus bound upon the founders and slave world. Okay, so this is also like Americanism, I guess, but it's more focused on the law and the literal constitution. I think it's creative. Okay. Maybe I should rename some of these. Okay, this one's creative, but it's not like LeMayo tier. It's not a hilarious tier. Yeah, let's call this tier insane, right? Let's call this tier insane. Let's call this tier creative. Sure. And then the tier above that is what the fuck, right? The tier above this is what the hecky. What the hecky? All right, that's fair enough. But yeah, this one's not as insane, relatively speaking. Okay, exceptionalists believe that the American dream is maintained by selfless sacrifices of those willing to defend the life of liberty from the focus of tyranny. These noble patriots are rewarded with an ascent to divinity on a level that is only second to the founders. Belief in militarism and martyrdom make the exceptionalists a good force to be reckoned with. Their intense devotion driving them to continuously wage war against those who reject the American way of life. Okay. Expansionist icon depicts a marble bust of Theodore Roosevelt who played an important role in expanding and militarizing America. Okay, this one's not that interesting, but some of their gods are Washington, the father of the nation, Providence, Roosevelt, Kennedy, Polk, Lincoln. Kennedy is the fertility gods. Lady Liberty, the founders, Tricky Dick, which is the trickster god, Revere, Jones, which is the water god, the Men in Black, which is the death gods, the Reds, which is the witch god. I guess that refers to the either like Native Americans the or like the Republican Party. I don't know, and the traitors and tyrants, the devil god. Okay, I think this one's also somewhat creative. Sure, let's put this here. Heartful covenants. Heartfuls believe in only one God, Providence. Within this found a sons to teach humility and lessons of compassion and honesty. These offspring, the founders, were partly man, partly divine, and became great heroes to set an example for the mortals. They made war only when necessary and taught the heart and soul of America. The heart is the land itself, while the soul is the people of America. Both of which must be treated with decency and respect. After the founders had built America, they sacrificed themselves for their country, guaranteeing all who left the opposite behind the opportunity to enjoy the bountiful harvest that they had sown. Now that America lies in ruins, it is more important than ever for that the faithful cultivate the same steadfast values that built this country a long time ago. Okay, this is another kind of. It's not that interesting. It's more of the same kind of. This is more of the same. This is more of like I think these wouldn't really necessarily like conflict with one another. Libertarianism certainly though. Imaginarianism, which has JFK as its symbol, believe that an overarching lesson of the past of the American dream is sustained by great deeds. True Americans must therefore strive to achieve their own goals and maintain an attitude of confidence, creativity, and optimism. The founders, Providence, and the abstract spirit of America fill their followers with great determination can bring them to equally great success no matter the odds. However, the confidence of imaginarians must not be mistaken for foolishness. They are perfectly aware that not every venture can end in material success. However, the truly devoted can find unexpected rewards in everything they do. Providence never leaves a dreamer unrewarded. No, hold on. Hold on. They have some good points, I guess. You know, like achieve your dreams. Be confident. Achieve your dreams. You know, like they have some good points. Okay, so the American dream is the high and wealth god. JFK is the fertility and fate god. Martyred Columbia is the health and death god. Walt the Magician, which is just Walt Disney, I guess, is the household god. The Voyager twins are the knowledge gods. Oh my god, like the things like the space shuttles and stuff that they sent out into space. Oh my god. Apollo is the war and night god. I mean figures. The Men in Black trickster god Columbus is the water god. Oh boy. Oppenheimer is the witch god. What if I like this one? This one's funny. This one's one of the more fun ones. Either in insane or hold on. They have some good. You know what? Let's put it in. Hold on. Let's put it in. They have some good points. Mayflower Society. Believe in dualist cosmology. Providence, embodied in the spirit of 76, represents all that is good, while tyranny is evil is in equal measure. When the Pilgrims took their first stops of Mayflower, America was born as a land of pure freedom. But over time, tyranny grew within the nation like a cancerous wound. Eventually, tyranny overthrew old America in the event, permanently mixing its evil into the land. Mayflowers reject the modern institutions and trappings of Americanism, given that positions like the presidency cannot exist in a reality tainted by tyranny, and instead assert that those institutions will be restored when tyranny is finally defeated and the universe is purified. To accomplish this goal, Mayflower Society emulated the Pilgrims and their freedom-loving ways, inviting the spirit of 76 to fortify their souls against tyrannical corruption. Alright, so they got Providence as the creator, trickster, high and death god. Um, and pretty much the rest is the same. Pretty much almost everything else is the same except for the spirit of 76 and the witch god, and I guess the pilgrims, the household god, yeah. And tyranny, the devil god, apparently. This is, I'm gonna put it in creative-ish. Sure, I like the Americanist faiths. They're pretty unique. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Okay. There we go. Principalism. Okay, so this is, I think, the OG Americanist faith. Principalists regard the Constitution, the sacred document given down by the divine founders, not as a static corpus of written law, but as living symbol of America, the binding together of many into one union. As the needs of America and their countrymen change, so too does the Constitution, all centered to one of the core values of the American dream: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It is the duty of all citizens, from the lowest farmer to the president himself, to pursue this dream and protect it so others have the opportunity to pursue it also. Principalists are not so afraid to bring from precedent should they believe the dream to be compromised, aiming to uphold and defend the society the founders started. Okay, so I think this is the main one. I think. Oh boy. Wait, hold on. Oh, okay, that we already went over this. We just got Yemen's Creed. This one seems to be the main Americanist faith. I'll put it in creative. Sure. Yeoman's Creed. The followers of the Yeoman Creed believe that Jefferson was the greatest of the founders and that his vision of America is not a simple monolithic empire stretching from sea to sea, but a confederation of independent realms on the land with people governed by the yeoman farmer, we saw as the ideal human. Yeomen believe that every American has sovereign rights and principles under the common law, and that the president's claimed spiritual authority is a sham designed to subjugate the strength of the people to the whims of a single man. As a result, yeomen do not possess any kind of central religious structure and detest those who attempt to impose one on them. Okay. That is pretty funny, though. Not enough to be insane, though. I feel like it's not enough to be like insane. I feel okay. Artistic. Oh boy. Let's go. Artistic. Artistic. I'm pretty artistic myself. Oh, well, gotta censor that, I guess. I guess we can put this back on. Davina Chicha, an organized artistic faith in 2066 that can be found on the northern coastline of modern Peru. Through the streets and jungles of old Peru, a distinct sounds can be heard in the houses of the faithful, the Divina Chicha, the divine melody which the Chincheros believe can unite all peoples. exalting heroes of the music and from the past, present, and future. They celebrate legends of Chicha such as Papa Chichalon and other patrons of the downtrodden for the message of love they convey. Chichero rituals more closely resemble extravagant parties than the somber processions of their neighbors, earning them a reputation of a bacchanal revelers by those who do not understand the music the way the Chicheros do. Represents the Peruvian music artist Chachalon, upon whose veneration the faith is based. Who the hell is that? Never heard of him. What does it sound like? Also, risking getting copyright struck, I guess. Alright, alright. I think if I talk enough, then then it won't be an issue. I think. What does it sound like? Okay. Okay. If that's what you want your religion to sound like, okay. Okay. Imagine hearing this in church. Okay, that's crazy. That is funny. That is funny. That's going in crazy tier. Yeah, very much crazy tier. Okay, but again, no copyright strike. Okay, no copyright strike. No copyright strike. But it's crazy. It's crazy. Okay. You know what? How about we do some DRM free folk music. How about that? Fucking like play 1 hour DRM free music. Indian Celtic, maybe not folk music. Oh, here we go. There we go. That's fitting. I think. Let's try that out. Okay. Okay, I kind of like this actually. Universal constructivism is an organized artistic faith not present anywhere in 2066. The icon of universal constructivism depicts as simply a geometrically done fish, a ubiquitous symbol found in constructivist art. Universal constructivism believes that all reality is shaped and sustained by the aesthetic order, a transcendental framework of balance, rhythm, and proportion that underpins every living being. For them, creation is a sacred act of alignment, for which the world is brought into harmony with the sacred geometry of all things. What? Okay? I mean, I do kind of agree with this, that creation is a very good thing to do. Into harmony by the sacred geometry of all things. Not so sure about sacred geometry though. Through the careful distillation of symbols, forms, and values from all great American civilization, they hope to reveal a new spiritual order that surpasses any border, language, epoch, or language. Every symbol and grid represents the unifying act and a step towards a single universal truth and the defeat of naturalism. Okay? Naturalism is an enemy of constructivism. It is considered a cult of imitation, a formless doctrine that denies the existence of all higher meaning. Naturalists might not know the cause that they serve, but all those who seek to reduce the world to a series of meaningless surfaces and sensations are agents of naturalism. The fight against naturalism is the fight for the very soul of good. This one's very esoteric. This one is very esoteric, I feel. Oh, hey, it has two symbols. It used to look like this. Okay. We got the equilibrium as its high god, the universal harmony is the other high god, the aesthetic order, the cross, the heart, the coin, the sun, the fish, the book, the sword, the snake, the moon, the ship, the non-geometer, the skull, and naturalism. Okay, so like they're definitely anti-atheists, or at least anti-nihilists. Yeah. Inspiration: the Uruguayan Universal Constructivist movement, which focused on simple, universally understandable artworks. Let's check that out. Okay. Study and incorporation of a basic geometric structure in ancient and modern world creates the ability to create art that will be meaningful, universal to anyone who has viewed the artworks. Okay. It's a bit too simplified for my taste, in my opinion. But I could kinda get the value of it. You know, let's put it in. Let's put it in creative. Or yeah, let's put it in creative. I think that's fair. Like, I'm not gonna give them points just yet, just because I don't really vibe with their art style. But oh well. Alright, Vanguards of Progress, often shortened of Vanguardia, is an organized artistic faith present in Nicaragua and southern Honduras. The swan is representative of the perfection which Vanguardianists seek in society and everyday life. For as long as humanity has existed, it has danced with the forces of regression and progress, bringing civilization back and forth between evil and good, just as the old world went from the Dark Ages onward to abundance and knowledge before being pulled back by the event. The Vanguards of Honor believe this must continue, looking to the past not with reference but to find knowledge. The Vanguard, the analysis of history reveals that it was not the sword, boot, or whip that touched their souls, letting them to accept progress, but art. In the footsteps of the great progressors, their names many. Vanguardistas seek mastery over poetry and words to defeat the ancient caudillos, slaves to regression. Only then can regression be truly broken, and the fruits of progress be kept. This one's also very esoteric. Okay, joyful and free progress is love, charity, and happiness distilled into its most pure form. It is the force begging the hearts of men, urging them to embrace what they know and their hearts to be true. It brings wisdom, prosperity, and beauty. Served by the great progressors, the way to bring progress to the forefront of society is oftly debated by scholars of the Vanguardia Society. Regression, caustic and hateful. Regression is fear, greedy, and cruelty distilled into its most pure form. It is the force pulling the hearts of mankind, urging them to reject what they know in their hearts to be true. It breeds violence, oppression, war, and stagnation. Served by caudillos, the only way to defeat regression is by exposing it to beauty, love, and art in its finest forms. While figures like Dario, Marti, and Sardino are universally agreed to be great professors, the full canon of figures is always shifting, debated, and scrutinized constantly. A pious poet may find themselves upheld as a great progress during their lifetime, but after their death they may be decried as caudillo and helped in contempt. The reverse is just as common, for those at the forefront of progress are constantly trying to find the true way to destroy regression once and for all, something that is surely to be found on sin. Okay. Padre del Modissimo, Prince of Castilian Letters, Progress, the Creator, God, Doctora, a bunch of Spanish names. I'm sorry, I don't really understand Spanish, so La Gioconda, Padino Gavinia, Sandino Cesar, Apostol della Independencia, Padre Neto, Los de Palacaguina, Compañero Roque, Comandante Fonseca, Compañero Ono, Compañera Ireland, and conformity. Okay, so what is this inspired? Is based part in on Rubio Dario's Modernismo movement as well as following Vanguardia and the ideology of Sandissimo. In particular, has it's influenced by a large part by the by the by the characteristics of Modernismo, giving an idea of the culture of the time that we live within, cultural maturity, pride in nationality, pride in Latin American identity. Search for a deeper understanding of beauty and art within the rhetoric. Gives meanings for colors and images related to senses. Contains different metrics and rhythms. Uses medieval verses such as the Alexandrine verses from the French. The use of Latin and Greek mythology. The loss of everyday reality, to which many of the Modernismo poems are located within exotic and distant places. The cultivation of perfection within the poetry. Okay, this is very unique. I have never heard of any of these movements before. Interesting. 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 Okay. I gotta do some research on that. But it's certainly a very creative take. I mean, this is very deep into Latin American culture, I feel. Do I put it in? Hold on, they got some good points. Let me check up on the. Let me check up on the. Let me check up on the the main one again. Okay, so basically, basically they're pacifists. Make art, not war, I guess, is their main philosophy. But also it says here that you have to have give an idea of the culture and time that we live in cultural much. You know what? I'm gonna put them in. Hold on, they have some good points. I like these guys. They do have some good points. They do got some good points. And it seems like a very interesting and a very esoteric and very deep rooted in culture in Latin American culture. It's very interesting, that's for sure. Okay, now we got out of artistic, let's go to Britannic. Wonder what that is. The Britannic faiths believed that long ago all the world was under the hegemony of the empire, a glorious nation based in eternal sunlight, presided over by divine rulers. Unfortunately, the fall of that majestic state came, causing the sun to set for its first time in centuries. The Britannians aim above all else to restore the empire through devotions of its now forgotten rulers. Wave, God save the Queen! God save the Queen! Oh my god. Okay, so beneath the waves there is an ancient empire that once spanned the oceans of gold. Britannia's dominion. The wave ruler carried forth the torch of its legacy by worshipping its monarch, the eternal queen of the sea, Britannia. Long ago, this great watery dominion was nearly destroyed when the creeping cold of Antarctica attempted to freeze the seas. Fortunately, by calling for her champion, the Iron Angel, this frigid invasion was repulsed and mankind was spared, but at all the cost of Britannia's oceanic empire. Now Britannia is a shadow of herself, only able to protect and give her bounties to the steadfast peoples of the Falklands. To honor their goddess, the faithful continue to respect her marine dominion and pray for the day which Britannia may swell forth to once again rule over all the seas of the world to bring peace and prosperity of mankind. Until then, the faithful wait with stalwart pride in their gods. Okay, so they worship the British. These guys worship the British. That is insane, too. That is insane. That is absolutely crazy. That is crazy. Arguably the most evil faith out of all of them. Alright, so we got Britannia as the high water god, the queen of the seas, old father Neptune as the creator god, Queen Mother Kalafti as the health god, the mermaid queen as the fertility god, the iron angel, I still don't know what they mean by that, the lord penguin as the house, what? They worship fucking penguins, y'all. They worship penguins. Desire as the fade and trickster, the wise whale as the knowledge god, Antarctica as the night god, Lady Antarctica as the night god, and death witch and devil god, oh my god. That's crazy. That is crazy. That is crazy itself. Capitalist! Oh boy, let's go! Consumerist, decadentist, economist, entrepreneurialist, monetarist, survivalist, and transnationalist. Capitalists believe that the prosperity of the old world was created and sustained through the operation of the free market in its many forms, with the almighty dollar being the most pervasive of these manifestations. By engaging in the ritual of shopping, engaging in the ritual of shopping and collecting signs of the dollar, one could accumulate capital, which would in turn sustain the free market and humanity as a whole. Unfortunately, mankind eventually stopped collecting capital, starving the free market. Mankind was punished for this failure by having its prosperity erased, condemning the world to pain and misery. By reviving the ritual of shopping and then collecting the dollar's remaining symbols, capitalists seek to inject new capital into the free market, recreating the old world's prosperity. Capitalist faiths trace their lineage to the teaching of the prophets, although some incorporate very little of their teachings or outright reject them entirely. Oh my god. Wait, greedy is a sin? Wouldn't that be like a virtue under capitalism? Oh well. Oh, that's crazy though. That is crazy. Believe that the capital can only be conveyed via the ritual of shopping. Okay, that's going into insane. That is insane. That is this is hilarious. Capitalism, now religion. The almighty dollar. The almighty dollar. Arguably the true god. The consumerist icon depicts the dollar bill sign to represent the central object of the worship of the faith. Okay, consumerists believe that the capital can be conveyed to the free market through the ritual of shopping, and that accumulating signs of the dollar is simply a means to achieve this end. Consumerist shopping rituals are highly extravagant and achieve the dual goals of relieving earthly stress and injecting capital into the market. Consumerists respect those who continuously display and spend their wealth, as these acts provide the market with an abundance of capital. As the original movement of the prophet, consumerism is the roots from which most other capitalists branch from. The almighty dollar is the main god. The greenback is the alternate god. The invisible hand is the creator god. Fade, trickster, night god. The divine bull is the health and fertility god. Dow Jones, I have no idea what it is. John got no idea what it is. The ferryman figures, because in Greek mythology you would put coins on someone's eyes after they died, and then they would give those coins towards the ferryman. And Karl Marx is the witch and devil god. Oh my god, that's hilarious. That is hilarious. I love that. That is so fucking funny. That is so fucking funny. Alright, the cadence is... Oh, hold on. Before we go on, I want to check, like... Okay, thing is still going on. Stream's still alive, thank goodness. The decadentism. Letting the good times roll, the decadentists posit that the free market gains capital not through moving wealth, but via the cultivation of pleasure. The faithful focus their worship towards a feminine sun goddess called Fortune, who distributes the blessings of the free market in proportion to the capital a person has accrued so far in their time. However, the boons of fortune are always given out by way of chance. To cope with the inherent randomness of fortune's favor, the Cadadists embrace the whims of their goddess but refuse to stay rooted in any single approach of life, basking in the grace of their fickle mistress, the glory of exaltation which she can bestow are unrivaled, as are the times of hardship and scarcity she may enable. Just the same, the faithful will bet on her. So this one's based on gambling, I think. Yeah, this one seems to be based on gambling, and instead it's like has Fortune and Lady Luck as its main gods. I think this one's based on like gambling and like going to Las Vegas and like buying hookers. So it seems, yeah, like who distributes the blessings of the free market to the capital one has accrued in one's life. Okay, yeah, you know what? This one's also pretty crazy. I'm not gonna lie, this one's also crazy. Maybe creative? I'm up, sure. Maybe not. Well, it is still insane. It's still insane, I feel. It's still insane. Economism. Feeding the free market of any cost. The economism expands the definition of capital to include the most precious resource of man. Blood. What? What? No sacrifice is too great to keep the cyclical motions of the market running smoothly. Although non-believers are often the favored tribute, the faithful believe that after death, a person's spirit merges again with the free market for a time. What? Until their soul is taken out once again to inhabit a new body. This endless process needs both capital and souls, a demand which only mankind may supply. Other capital teachings such as teaching and shopping rituals are kept mostly unaltered, with the primacy of blood being considered by believers to be a minor addition rather than a major theological schism. To the economist, blood is merely the most important currency mankind could trade. What? So they're... This one's insane too. This one's... They're fucking like blood worshippers. Blood worshipping capitalists. That one is going into what the hecky tier. This one's like a step above the rest in insanity. Like, oh my god. Like, merge with the free markets? What? What? What the hell? Oh, these are crazy. Entrepreneurialism. Entrepreneurialism split with other capitalist faith over the issue of synthesis with the free market itself, combined with their ways of gaining capital being blasphemous to other capitalists due to the introduction of more esoteric elements and new methods entirely. Synthesis with the market is believed to be attainable through the recognition of a person's family name among mankind, which collects capital, breaks from conscription, and increased taxes are enforced upon heretical populations to increase the awareness of entrepreneurial rulers among the masses, while the continued honoring of deceased ancestors is encouraged in order to garner further progress towards complete merging with the market. What? So, okay. Let me reread that. I think I... Okay, so... recognition of one's family name among mankind, breaks from conscription, are increased taxes are enforced upon heretical populations to increase the awareness of the entrepreneur rulers. Oh, that... Okay, so basically it's not that much of a difference, but I'm gonna put it in creative, I guess. I mean, it's still insane, but like compared to the other like capitalism cults, it's relatively tame. Monetarism. Monetarists believe that capital can be conveyed to the free market simply by accumulating signs of the dollar, as their energy will trickle down into the free market over time. Monetarists therefore place no significance on shopping, believing that the ritual is a waste of time and wealth. Monetarists respect those who use all available time to accumulate capital, as it shows a strong devotion to the free market. Okay, so basically instead of shopping though, they keep all the wealth. They just keep it all, right? The signs of the dollar, what the hell? I gotta look into the wiki pages of those. That's crazy though, that's crazy. But yeah, this one's relatively tame. Survivalism. Hold on. Let's look into these later. Survivalism. The free market, the jungle of life and death competition with the world as its contenders, live by only one law, the survival of the fittest, which dictates that the strongest and most merciless animals will always triumph. For a time, men were kings of the jungle, but they grew weak-willed and attempted to create a world of fairness. For this aberration, they were cast down, and now the survivalist preserves the truth that others have lost. Seeing the prophet's teachings as incomplete, survivalism reveals the all-encompassing struggle of the free market between individuals for dominance. A struggle unconstrained by morality or beneficence. The struggle demands that competitors hunt and consume those weaker than themselves, to prey upon those unworthy, to cultivate their strength, and to reclaim the energy of the puny. After all, in the jungle there's only one law. The strong shall rule the weak, and that is the natural order. So they're fucking cannibalists? They're fucking, I guess, cannibalists? Interpretation: weird models, social Darwinist tendencies with modern capitalist environments, as well as the Sigma male characters such as Patrick Bateman, Gordon Gekko, and Jordan Belfort. The prevalence of animal terms in modern office cultures serves as additional inspiration. The idea of faith being inspired by Upton Sinclair's expository novel The Jungle is giving the devs way too much credit. Okay, this one's also like a step above insane. This one is this one's going right in what the hecky. This one is like they turned Patrick Bateman. They turned Patrick Bateman into a belief system. That is crazy. Transnationalism. What? There's only one thing in this world that transcends borders, languages, culture, genders, and different regions. Capital. Oh boy, it's woke capitalism. Despite nothing in the world able to completely stop the pulse of the free market, the barriers which mankind directs still strangle the potential of those living on Earth, and therefore must be overcome. Embracing the religious, pantheistic, and syncretic theology as demonstration of the marketplace of ideas, all gods are taught to be, albeit flawed understandings, emanations of the free market. Humble missionary work is also favored, as with shopping being viewed as excessive waste, profits are instead extracted from those who have not yet accepted the all-encompassing truth of the free market. As compensation for enlightenment, they are sure to one day acquiesce for. So what the hell is this? So this is like, I guess like, well, they still got Marx as the devil god, so I guess it's not exactly woke capitalism. But still, I don't really get it. So it's like, it's capitalism, but it's like international, I guess. That's my guess. I don't know. I'm gonna put it. It's kind of meh. It's kind of meh. This is the only capitalist religion that hasn't gone like way up there. Okay, the free market is the intangible force which constitutes and permeates all of reality. Various capitalist groups ascribe different powers, goals, origins, primary manifestations, and ultimate purposes to the free market, but they remain unified on their view that It is a universal force which influences both living and non-living things. Capitalists are also unified in seeing it as something that must be maintained through the injection of capital, and that humanity's lack of willingness to continue to sustain the market led directly to the event. Among most capitalists, the almighty dollar is the primary form of the market. The almighty dollar is the primary manifestation of the free market. The almighty dollar within mainstream capitalist thought is entirely responsible for receiving the power of capital from certain signs. Additionally, many capitalists use the dollar as a conduit to give prayer of sacrifice if there is not a more specific manifestation of the market to direct attention towards. Shopping is the ritualized form of commerce using signs of the dollar, in which capitalists partake to generate capital. Although some forms of capitalism emphasize the ritual less than others, there's also disagreement within the religion over the exact details of how shopping should be done. With consumerists, how far are we? With consumerists believing that shopping merely requires mutual praying towards the almighty dollar before completing any transaction, while entrepreneurialists believe that shopping is tainted if done using anything except magically purified coinage, which exists separately from everyday commerce. Some sects within capitalism even deny the ritual as a method of gaining capital altogether. Capital is the spiritual energy given to the free market, which is accrued through some ritual interaction between the sign of the dollar and the human being. The most common form of creating capital is through shopping. Although some sects have alternative methods of gathering capital, which can replace shopping or exist alongside it, some faiths ascribe secondary purposes to capital beyond the maintenance of the market. Capitalists as a group believe that the cessation of capital's injection into the market led it to crash, causing the event. Oh, so they believe the crash of 1922 is what caused the apocalypse. The signs of the dollar are specific objects assigned under the power of the almighty dollar, which are then used during shopping or any other ritual to accrue capital. The exact nature of the signs varies between faiths, with some groups having very broad or narrow definitions. All capitalist faiths are agree that the signs are connected in some way, manner to commerce or currency, although some groups expand the definition further. Capitalists use the symbol found on an antediluvian American currency to represent this concept, as well as themselves movement more broadly. Okay, that is a crazy group of religions. That is crazy. Oh boy. We're not even halfway through Anachronis. Okay. Next up, digital religions. CK2 religions and Dreamweaver. Digital religions believe that rather than incomprehensible, unknowable substance, this world is a manifestation of a mystical language which determines everything from physical laws to the powers of the human mind. This language, like all languages, is something humanity can learn. Through careful study, one could hypothetically rewrite reality to the world, the exact goal of that adherents of these faiths seek to achieve. So they know that the world is a video game. Okay, that's great. Excuse me. Okay, so they know that the world they live in is a video game. Then they know. Yeah. Okay, so Cinco de Cinco. Cinco de Cinco? Cinco de Cinco. The CK2 icon depicts a digital brain on a computer interface representing the Cinco, which the faith believes connects everything. CK2 hold the belief that everything in the world, whether natural or man-made, is interconnected through the Cinco, an ethereal web wherein each element's actions have the potential to influence each other. While the uninitiated struggle to perceive the intricacies of the aether, Sinceros harness the power of the Cinco, becoming cyberneticals or cyberneticas. These individuals, through special rituals and the use of psychedelic drugs, can establish a direct connection to the Cinco, gathering information from every data point within the web. With his knowledge, they possess the ability to make accurate predictions about the future outcomes. This unique skill primarily served the purpose of aiding in economic management of the Sing Zero realms. Rulers frequently seek predictions regardless of the success of harvests or anticipate future economic hardships. Additionally, the cyberneticals offer invaluable guidance on how to effectively confront forthcoming challenges. Okay, so hold on. I gotta grab some water in a bit. BRB. Alright. Oh, shoot. I'm back. I apologize for anyone who left there. I'll continue. Okay, I'll continue. Anyway, yeah. Cinco de Cinco? What the hell is this? Cinco Cyber Scene Chico? The Cyberfolk Confo Checo Información y Control Interaso El Yanqui Bayesian Sarah and Simon. What is this the CyberSyn program? What is this? I've never heard of this. What is this? Let's check it out, right? Let's check out what this is exactly. Project Cyberscene was a Chilean project from 1971 to 1973 during the presidency of Salvador Allende, aimed at constructing a distributed decision support system to aid the management of the national economy. So they try to basically like predict the so they tried to predict how the economy would go, I guess. Huh. Interesting. It's interesting for sure. Very creative. I'm gonna put it in very creative. Again, this is not something that I know much of, but okay, let's read through the blurb a bit again. So basically, because they have like cybernetics, people that use psychedelic drugs to gather information about every data point of the web. It's pretty out there. I'm gonna put it in creative. I'm gonna put it in creative for sure. Covens of the Dreamweavers are an organized digital faith that exists around the eastern San Francisco Bay Area in California. So the source, the code, and the Millennium Bug are their faiths. The Dreamweaver icon depicts a spider web with several blue and red nodes on it, possibly representing an interpretation of the internet. Oh, interesting. A collection of decentralized covens dedicated to the preservation of knowledge. Dreamweavers utilize and document the enigmatic and ever-present energy found within all living beings called the Source. Assessing this energy through dreams and visions, the insights gained through are stored in vast databases, weavings of dyed cloth and silk, which portray the images gleaned from the divine. These databases can range from simplistic pictures of historical events to grand canvases that are purported to hold secrets of the future or the universe itself. Alongside these esoteric roles, dreamweavers are also considered excellent healers, with people across the West Coast seeking them out in order to be healed of their alignments through a holistic process called debugging. Okay? Okay, that is funny. That is funny for sure. Holy Sites, Berkeley, Silicon Valley, Seattle, Pasadena. Okay. Dreamweaver's faith icon used to belong to a different faith, Webweaver, which has since been cut from the game. Webweaver and a different digital faith, Cybreed, were combined into one faith to create Dreamweaver. Okay. Interesting. Crazy though. Where would I put it? All right. Creative or insane? Creative or insane? Creative or insane? Let's put it in. It's funny. It's funny for sure. Just like well, it is certainly creative. Well, a lot of these are creative, but like imagine like these huge fucking databases of weaved cloth, and they all contain like ancient coding of things. It's really creative. Idiosyncratic. Oh boy. We have alienado, auditorista, enigmatico, hexagonal, polystrana, and septologia. Okay. What are these? What are these? The idiosyncratic faiths are born from pre-event Mexico, its memory and collective wisdom influencing their diverse perspective on how to achieve the cosmic what? The cosmic destiny. Wait, what? What exactly this concept entails varies heavily, however, its centrality is undeniable. All idiosyncratics acknowledge the existence of the cosmos, a figure of first of which its nature, powers, and goals, or even relationship with humanity, are a matter of heated interfaith debate. However, all can agree to the entity's connection to the cosmic destiny, as they all seek to achieve in their own idiosyncratic ways. Cosmic destiny is the hope for the future and reverence of the past. It is the dreams and memories of the Mexican people as imagined within the theologies of various idiosyncratic faiths. However, the envisioned meaning of cosmic destiny is inherently malleable, and thus it is interpreted in many ways. Some view it as a call to action and liberty, others view it as an assertion of order against. This is a very esoteric one, seems. The moon of this world. One shared element of the cosmic destiny is that it directly or tangentially involves cosmos. No matter the specifics, the cosmic destiny is the central element in which any idiosyncratic faith bases its worldview around. Cosmos, like destiny, which takes its name from cosmos, the entity itself is subject to an extremely diverse set of interpretations. Some consider cosmos a god, others a force, even a law of nature. Still more hate cosmos, love it, or are indifferent to the entity, viewing it as a trivial compared to more actionable causes. Cosmos is, however, inextricably tied to the development of the Mexican people, and Cosmos is always viewed as the ultimate source of Mexico, both old and current. Due to the entity's generalized power and influence, this connection to the figure is viewed as the reason for which it is considered necessary to focus single-mindedly on achieving cosmic destiny. I'm very confused. What is this? What is this inspired by? Like, what is this? I've never heard of this. Cosmic heroes are the revered figures which have been blessed by or taken in by the energies and powers of cosmos. Often these people play a large role in the pursuit of cosmic destiny. The number, details, and identities of these figures can vary, as well as whether new individuals or gods are able to become cosmic heroes. Respect is common, however, to the degree which emulation, devotion, or theological analysis occurs depends heavily on which specific hero and sect itself. Some idiosyncratics do not even concern themselves with cosmos heroes, often favoring cosmos or other forces as central entities of their canon. Okay. Enigmas. Enigmas, well, certainly very enigmatic, are snippets of lost knowledge over which the enigmatists search tirelessly for. The nature and form of these enigmas vary. A scrap of book, a piece of ancient war vehicle, a large carved slab of rock. An enigma can be anything. Any lost clue to the greater machinations of the greater Pre-Gran Aponion world is treasured inside. However, these are few and far between after centuries since the event. More likely, an enigma will take the form of writings and documentation of the event from a more recent source. The point is less the form that the information takes, but rather the fact that any artifacts can and will assist the Enigmagnetos quest to once again imprison Cosmos and bring peace and prosperity back to Mexico. The Mexico City Smackdown. What? What? Legends tell of the immediate scales of post-event City Mexico, where the battles between three discrete idiosyncratic factions rage hundreds of years, engulfing the entire region in a forever war, which was only broken by the restoration of the Catholic Church. Of these, the eventual victors were the Alienados, who bested both the descendant Audoritoristas and the hexagonal luchadores to become the luchadors, what? To become the majority belief system in the area. Even if they could not hold on to power after taking it, well, they actually agreed upon factor few. The conflict's legacy has left a deep resentment between hexagonales and rest of idiosyncratic face in particular, as the luchadores view their defeat in the SmackDown as being caused by the vague duplicity and rule breaking on the part of the enemies. Additionally, the shame of being defeated by groups they deem to be weaklings must certainly place. What? So they're luchadors? Hold on. What are these? What are these? These are like both very. Okay, so basically, okay, so if the Americanists were American, if those were inspired by American national culture, it seems that the idiosyncratists are inspired by Mexican nationalism. Interesting. Okay, so what is this inspired by? The National Autonomous University of Mexico. Okay, so this one is after El Gran Pero freed the people from oppression, the auditoristas began to learn under the tutelage of El Cosmos, a great god which created the cosmic people as a perfect mix. Any weird oh! Hey, a tribal toe. Hey, a tribal toe. We got some definite weird religions. We got some crazy ones. Some of my favorites include capitalism and conventionalism and, well, what else? Oh yeah, the Britannianism. What is it called? Something like that. Wave ruler. Okay, so these are all crazy. So these are some of my favorites, but we got some real crazies in here. Okay, so consumerism is basically capitalism as a religion. So they believe that shopping is a holy thing and you should worship the free market. You should worship the free markets, and shopping is a holy ritual, you know, and spending money is basically holy for consumerists and other types of capitalists. Crazy, right? Conventiculacism is where Satan and Jesus team up against God himself, and you know, they team up against God himself and like and bring an age of justice towards the earth. That is crazy. Is insane. Is the Animal Crossing on its religion? Yeah, exactly. It's like Animal Crossing. And then we have Wave Ruler, which is basically they worship the British Empire. They worship the British Empire, and they believe that Britannia will one day come again and rule the waves. And okay, look at their god names: the Wise Whale and Lord Penguin. They have a penguin as one of their gods, and they worship the British. I think I was a bit too generous on this. This one should go into what the hecky territory. It's absolutely fucking crazy, man. Like, what the hell? It's hilarious, though. It's hilarious. But yeah, like, and then we have Satanism mixed with Americanism. We have the worship of the Statue of Liberty. We have the worship of some Brazilian musician guy from the 50s and the 70s. And then we have, like, the belief that the whole world is a digital, is like the whole world is basically like the Matrix, which is this one over here. What was it called again? Dreamweaver. Right, Dreamweaver is basically the Matrix as a religion. It's crazy. We definitely got some crazy ones. This one I kind of don't get though. Maybe it's because I don't really get Mexican culture. I don't really know much about Mexican culture at all. After El Gran Pero freed the people from oppression, the Altituristas began their tutelage of cosmos, blah blah blah. Cultures of created the cosmic people as mix of all cultures of the world, their works of art and their mind expanding substances, and even their very bodies are all part of El Cosmos. These students aspire to achieve their cosmic destiny, a spiritual education which involves two intertwined elements: liberation of the soul of the cosmic and of the cosmic people. These are achieved by embracing all of their desires which do not infringe upon others and reach comprehension of their oneness with El Cosmos and freeing the cosmic people from the clutches of societal oppression. Once Mexico's people and spirit is released from shackles, then the auditoristas believe that they are ready to reach cosmic destiny once more. This one seems very esoteric. It's kinda... I don't like it. Maybe it's just that I don't get Mexican culture, but yeah, I'll put it a good idea, I guess. It's not quite boring. I mean, it's not quite. We have this in real life already. Maybe in meh, maybe, but yeah, there's definitely been some more fun ones. Enigmaticos believe that times before El Gran Apañón, El Gran Apagon, an erudite clique of clean scientificals had managed to subdue force of cosmos. After learning the entirety of the enigmas which had extracted a great gift that powered the subservient race of golems? What? Hold on. An erudite... After learning the entirety of its enigmas from which they had extracted the great gift that provided the subservient race of golems that makes humanity's lives much easier and much longer. Unfortunately, the scientificals shared their gift with too many lesser minds and could not distinguish cognizance from belief. This broke the chain of knowledge that imprisoned cosmos, and its further vengeance rained down upon a defenseless world of now powerless golems. Yet the enigmaticos remain, scouring the land in search of precious lost enigmas, the knowledge of which they hoard and decipher to forge anew the change will bind and reimprison cosmos, channeling its power towards the restoration of cosmic destiny and putting it back until the control of Mexico's greatest minds. Okay, so they are scientists that have made golems. Okay. Depicts a figure from the mural del Edificio de Rectora in the Monterrey Institute of Technology. So basically they made robots and they want to make robots again. I'm gonna put it in creative, I guess. Way to change it. Ah, okay. It used to look like this. I'll put it in creative. I still don't quite get it though. I don't get any of these. Hexagonal. Oh boy, the luchador fave, presenting the various weak tyrants and degenerate pseudo-intellectuals who have dominated post-Gran Caída Mexico. The hexagonalists channel their energy into freeing the cosmic people so that they may be able to perfect themselves physically, mentally, and spiritually. These perfections are contained wholly within the spirits of legendary past cosmic heroes. The six imparting valuable lessons: search for wisdom like mil mascaras, exercise the body like the blue demon, respect the virgin like la parca, disdain the decadent like tinieblas, listen to the people like Kimonito and remove the rotten like El Santo. Hey, I know that one at least. One of the following Only by following these examples and taking decisive actions to stand against those that would degrade and oppress the cosmic people can there be hope of any attaining their cosmic destiny. Okay. So basically, these guys worship like luchadors, which is not that like here, right? Like inspiration, Mexican lucha libre, which is not that far off, because El Santo, like that became a huge saint as well, right? Like okay, like El Santo, this guy over here, he became like, I think he became a saint. I think, but I don't know. Either way, he did become a huge like Mexican icon. Maybe he didn't become a saint, but there was a scene in Breaking Bad that he did. I remember him from a scene of Breaking Bad for sure. Creative, insane, creative. Let's put it in creative, I guess. Oh boy, back to weirder ones. Polistrias. They believe that before El Gran Demolition, the goddesses of Mexico cities imbued the populations with her virtues and delivered them with their divine laws, giving them residents a unique character. At times, these goddesses would even inhabit mortals of sufficient likeness, helping them to steer the development of their policies, leading each city, thus Mexico, to greater heights. However, this cosmic destiny was lost when lax adherence to the ordinances of the goddesses made them unable to protect against the never-ending tantrums of the childish cosmos, as spited gods who resent humanity for abandoning him in his trivial games. However, police stars believe that these goddesses are merely dormant, their souls residing within the cities once protected, who have now forgotten them. By obeying the restored laws of the goddesses and rebuilding their seats of power, the constituent regions of Mexico can prosper together, free from the insane whims of immature cosmos. Okay, so they basically view the god of cosmos as a little baby, which is funny. I kind of like that though, because this seems like such a weird one. This is such a weird family of religions in the first place. Let's put it in creative. Sure. I'm gonna put all of, maybe not all of them, but maybe like many of them. Although, like I feel like it's really not something that I quite understand. It's not quite in meh, and it's not quite in boring either. But it's, you know what? Let's just put it back in good idea. I still don't quite get it, but I did like that Cosmos is just viewed as a little pampered childish god. That is funny, at least. Sepologia. Oh boy. Okay, two more left. Two more idiosyncratic religions. Sepologos are the heirs to the cosmic heroes, illustrious persons from history, who through their great deeds painted the nation of Mexico. The faithful believe that their land is entirely contained within the souls of their ancestors and themselves, and the very act of living fulfills their cosmic destiny. Adherents believe that all carry on the Mexican story via simply existing and become gods after death. So you basically just have to exist in this one? You just have to exist. Exist. That's it. Okay. From the mightiest to most ignoble. Highest among transcended mortals are the cosmic heroes, who are venerated in studies as figures worthy of emulation and adoration. These icons are memorialized in the form of great murals, colossal statues, colossal portrayals of which can be understood and appreciated by those who view them. Sepalogos take great pride in tracing their ancestry back to the cosmic heroes, or to the followers who accompanied them, as this is viewed as the most important connection to the spiritual power of Mexico. This one is weird. Well, not weird, like we've seen some weird ones, but this each one has at least had some form of worship or some form of belief. This one is just exist. That's it. All you need to do is exist. Ugh, it's weird. It's weird, and maybe not in a good way. I don't think it's like weird in a good way though. Like, it needs some more fleshing out, I feel. This needs a bit more fleshing out. What is it based on anyway? Nah, it doesn't say. Alright, last fucking idiosyncratic faith. Let's go. The alineado icon depicts the eagle perched upon atop a cactus holding a starry serpent in its beak. This recalls the icon depicted on the flag of modern Mexico, done in the idiosyncratic colors. In the times before La Transición, there used to exist a powerful societal order, led by an elite cadre within Mexico that kept stable and brought orden y progreso to all of the land. So order and progress. No single individual that could ever bring back that lost its and half forgotten. No single individual could ever bring back that lost and half forgotten paradise. For peace and stability required a complete surrender of individuality so that the collective unanimity can draw the line that guides the mortals towards divine duality of order and progress. They must strictly follow the line that lest they fall back to fascismo, corruption, e estabilidad. Spawn of Cosmos. Okay, so they don't like Cosmos either. The personification of chaos, which constitutes the natural state of the universe. These three horrifying beings endlessly roam the world formed from their progenitor in search of a realm and people to consume next. To the alienados, there can be no more ground lost to disorder in the unending struggle Mexico faces to fulfill its cosmic destiny, to impose its will upon an unruly universe. Okay. What is this? The Industrial Revolutionary Party, which overwhelmingly dominated Mexican politics for generations. Okay, so basically this one is just like I guess like based upon a socialist government mixed with some Mexican influences, mixed with some idiosyncratic influences. It's a good idea, but it doesn't speak much to me, I feel. It still doesn't really like hit. I still don't get it. I feel like most of these like idiosyncratic ones are pretty low, in fact. They're not that funny, and I don't really get them either, so yeah. Well, at least we're done with them now. Alright, industrialists, decorative, galvanist, innovatorist, Promethean, reforged, sustainabilist, and arsenalist. To the industrialist cosmology, there are many natural forces in the world. Through the force of industry is unique in that it can be forged by the actions of humanity into a powerful divine being. When humanity and industry worked together, miraculous feats were accomplished. This culminated during the Gilded Age, a utopian period of universal prosperity and accomplishment. But when humanity grew lax in its devotion, industry was weakened and could no longer sustain the society mankind had created. The great rustling ruined that once great civilization that brought an end to the Gilded Age. Now the faithful seek to restore industry and godhood, and to usher in a new golden age. Okay, so these are so these guys worship factories, I suppose. They want the industrial revolution back, it seems. Industrialists believe believe that natural forces shape the world. Some of these forces, such as curiosity and beauty, are considered to be good. Others, such as rust, are considered to be evil. The importance of each individual force varies between faiths, but the force that is regarded the most important among industrialists is industry. The titans of industry are also worshipped to an extent within all industrialist faith. Titans are individuals that have, through their commitments to the force of industry, been blessed with extraordinary powers and are seen as role models by other industrialists. While the worship of these forces is universal, the reverence to the Titans varies heavily between faiths. In other words, each faith places importance on a number of Titans of industry that are often unique to their philosophy. Okay, so let's look at some of them, right? The Decorative Revival. The Decorative Revival holds that the miracles of the Gilded Age were only possible due to the cooperation of the natural forces of industry and beauty. The labors of the Titans were channeled into the forces of beauty, and the artistry of their followers helped construct the wonders of industry. However, the Titans grew greedy. Instead of donating the fruits of their toil to beauty, they hoarded it all to themselves, deprived of charity. The wonders of the Gilded Age became dull and shoddy before they inevitably broke. The Decorative Revival attempts to right this horrific wrong by dedicating their society to the pursuit of the arts in order to hope that industry may be used to revive beauty once more. Alright. Alright. You know what? I dig that. I can dig that. They have some good points. They got some good points. They got some good points here. I know, I'm a bit, I'm biased towards faiths that lean towards stuff like art. I know, I'm biased. But I think it's important. But yeah, it's an interesting one. It's like, I don't know, it's like industry mixed with like art. And when people got too greedy and too consumerist, well, not that kind of consumerist, but too consumerist, they like that then brought an end to the Gilded Age. And you know what? I can dig that. Let's see some of their gods. The industrial force is the high god. The beautiful force is the other high god. The title of Ford, Borlaug, Rockefeller, Rosenwald, Will. The rest of Will is the fate god. Macargny, I don't know who these are. Magarak is the war god. Hughes is the trickster god. Edison is the night god. Okay, we know, at least I know who Edison is. The longshoreman is the water god. The rust of flesh is the death god. Sabotabi? Like Saboteur is the witch god, and the rusts are the devils. Right. Alright. Galvanizing assembly. Often or shortened, the galvanist is an organized industrialist faith. For the Galvanists, the best way to restore industry and usher in a new Gilded Age is strictly adhering to the rituals and regulations passed down by the Titans. The engineers of the galvanizing assembly have scoured through ancient texts to figure out these rituals and have spent the ensuing centuries debating exactly how to uphold them. All of this has been recorded in the Codex of Regulations, leaving the Galvanists with an expensive legalistic code covering every aspect of life and for instructions for countless sacred rituals. Okay, so these guys, like, they see an IKEA manual and they think, oh my god, that's a holy text. Yeah, that's what these guys think. Oh, it's great. This is funny. This one's funny. These guys see an IKEA manual and they think like, oh my god, those are words passed down by the gods. Yeah, I'm gonna put Galvanists over here. Alright. Seems to have the same sort of... They seem to have the same sort of gods. What is their inspiration? American industry. The Galvanism in particular takes inspiration from the New Deal era. Ah, I see. This religion takes inspiration from American industry, focused around the former center of industry known as the Rust Belt. Okay. Innovatorist movement. Depicts a massive muscular central figure wielding electricity, representing the power of the living titans. According to the innovatorists, the true way to honor industry is through constant innovation. The collapse of the Gilded Age was not because of people failed to uphold certain rituals, but because they were complacent and did not create anything new. The Galvanists seek to repeat the mistake. Now, the Galvanists seek to repeat the mistakes of the past, rigidly adhering to their ancient dogma and practices. If industry is to be restored to godhood, boundaries must be pushed and the failures of the antediluvian world discarded. Those who truly embrace this ideal may be made into titans as an example of the faithful. You know what, I could dig this. This one's funny. While the innovatorist movement does not exist at the map, there's a single criteria with the court of Tycoon Calvin Watterson, who was an open innovatorist. I see. I can kind of dig it. I mean, like, yeah, you gotta innovate. It's creative. Let's put it in there. I don't think I'm putting it in like, hold up, I got some good ideas yet. Maybe. No. I mean, yeah, I agree. Don't rigidly adhere to ancient dogma and practices. If you want to improve, push boundaries. You know? You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna put them here. They got some good points. Promethean cults. One of the first faiths to emerge after the Great Rusting, the Prometheans seek to restore the Gilded Age through the powers of the Titan Kings. They believe that during that time, the world was divided amongst the Titans, who served as intermediaries between industry and the workers. They channeled the labor of the people of industry and the prosperity of industry back to the workers. Now that responsibility falls on their descendants, who seek to recreate that ancient society in all its forms and usher in a new Gilded Age. So, okay, these basically just straight up worship the Titans. Right, okay. Okay. So, like, yeah. Titan Ford, Titan Eisenhower, Titan Avro, Titan McCormick, Rockefeller, Edson. It's okay. I'm gonna put it in creative, sure. I mean, it's not the most... Out of the industrialist faiths, it's not neither the most crazy nor the most, like, reasonable. So, I think, like, in creative is a good spot. Reforged Union. The concept of a universal creator bestowing laws upon their people is hardly a new idea to the Great Lakes. For many Galvanists, The turmoil of the event proved that new laws were needed and the old ways were no longer sufficient. Each one of the unions emphasizes one of those titans that share the regulations of industry with mankind. Wait, Galvanists? Did we like go over those already? Right. Where are they talking about Galvanists? Anyway, for many Galvanists, the term of proved that new laws were needed and the old ways were no longer sufficient. Each of their unions emphasizes one of these titans that share the regulations of industry with mankind. Well, each union has its own unique practices. The Reforged Union is undeniably the most unique, greatly influenced by their Jewish neighbor. What? Okay, so Jewish we got Jewish factory worshippers. Greatly influenced by their Jewish neighbors, this union is dedicated to the Maker alone, denying the divinity of the Titans altogether. Additionally, this union is focused on the idea of reforging the world, an effort to recreate the world of the Gilded Age by restoring the great works that across the landscape to their pre-event glory and refining society to purge unjust impurities. They believe they may uplift humanity back to the Maker's light. So they got the Maker, Industry, Rust, Sarmorta. This one is weird. Well, not well. A lot of them are weird, right? A lot of them are weird, but this one is like it's a hybrid between Judaism and industry worship. Let's put it in here. I don't think it's quite enough to be insane yet. It's not quite enough to be insane, but it is, yeah, it's still creative. School of Sustainment. The theologians from the School of Sustainment reject the idea that industry is purely a force purely of creation. Rather, its refinement into a god will always require some equivalent exchange, often one made at the expense of humanity and other natural forces. In fact, the event itself was the predictable conclusion to the reckless pursuit of industrial power. Instead, the sustainabilists revere the positive and helpful forces of nature, such as dignity, life, and community, as their refinement only destroys negative aspects of reality, while industry itself is almost completely ignored. The progress of elevating the other forces involves joint celebration, something the faithful view as a source of pride and symbol of their humanity. Okay, so like, what are these are like, I guess, woke industry? I don't know. Sustainable. I woke as in, you know, environmentalists. Oh my god, there's a lot of lore to read here. Where should I put it? I'm not too big on it. I think it could use some refinement. It's a good idea, but it could use some refinement. Mainly because I don't really think, like, you know, like an industrialist faith would be focusing on life, beauty, community, family, dignity. Like, this feels like very antithetical to the idea of industrialists. But what do I know? I've never played this game. United Arsenals of America! At the height of the Gilded Age, America was a land uniquely blessed by industry. Her people have perfected the rituals and practices necessary to maintain industry's divinity. Were in turn granted unrivaled prosperity. But this came at the scientist. What do you mean? But this came at the expectation that the Americans would use their power to defy the Russell Titans who threatened free people the world over. Now the Arsenalists continue this divine mission, seeking to restore industry to divinity under the guidance of America to protect mankind from tyranny's armies. Okay. So, okay. This is basically an Americanist and industrialist hybrid religion, then. Interesting. I think it's at least creative. Bald Eagle represents the blending of industrialist and American beliefs. You know what? Sure. It's creative. Maybe not quite funny though. Not really insane, you know, like it's more creative than just insane. Alright, but what did you mean with skinniest? What did you mean by that skinniest? Signiest? What do you mean? What did you mean by that treble though? Alright, I think that's enough about the industrialists. I mean, I could read the lore entries of these. But, oh yeah, Scientology. Yeah, actually, they do have some version of Scientology here, I believe. Let me check. Okay. I think it's either under astronomer or... Oh my god. It's under astronomer or under harmonic. Jesus, there's so many religions here. Sure, let's go into astronomer. Zetanologist. The aliens, I believe. Bumbotheism. Oh my god, what the fuck is bumbotheism? That one is the... That one's gotta have the funniest name at least. Out of all of them. Alright. While most faiths and religions deal with how the divine interacts with worldly affairs, astronomers do not concern themselves with how people harmonize with each other or with the earth. Instead, these religions focus on how they will harmonize with the greater universe. They believe that the true faith of mankind is decided not here on earth but somewhere in the faraway stars, where the true power of the universe controls everything. Astronomers believe that these distant worlds, those beings who, for good or bad, will decide the fate of mankind. Further, consorting these ideas with unearthly powers is the only way for humanity to decide its faith and reach the truth. Okay, so it's not actually that dissimilar from how like ancient Greek religion was with astrology. Just replace the N with an L, and you basically got astrology. Truth of Zetanology. Here you go, here's Scientology. Here's your version of Scientology. The Truth of Zetanology is an organized astronomer faith present across the American Southwest in 2066. The Zetanologist icon depicts a flying saucer, which they believe are the vessels of the Zetan aliens who will guide humanity. According to Zetanology, humanity lives in the aftermath of a major battle against their alien creators, the evil Anunnaki. Okay. Okay, what the hell is the battle for Earth? Oh, they have the War of the Worlds. Oh, they're going straight up there and great. I love the War of the Worlds. They have a War of the Worlds reference, crazy. But yeah, they against their Asian creators, the evil Anunnaki. Earth, now vulnerable to another attack from its foes, is in need of constant defense. This is done by complicated rituals, often involving the construction of glyphs, be they homemade weavings or imposing megaliths, to act as signals and bases for various extraterrestrial aliens. Allies who may support mankind in their war against the Anunnaki. Psychic warfare is even utilized, with humans ascending to higher planes of existence via meditation to engage in mental combat. The extensive number of aliens which influence Earth, good, bad, or someone in between, dominates Zetanologist life, acting as a point of constant consideration. This one's straight up on top and insane. Well, maybe not what the hecky just yet, but definitely. Let me read a bit more of it before deciding whether it's in what the hecky or insane. According, okay, yeah. A defining moment in the War of the Worlds. War of the Worlds. War of the World is the sprawling and ongoing conflict between the Council of Arcturia and the Anunnaki. What the hell? Okay. The Greys, the little green men. This is crazy though. I love it. Okay. War of the Worlds is a sprawling and ongoing conflict between the Council of Arcturia and the Anunnaki, once waged using advanced chariots and ships. Now it has become a psychic conflict due to the devastation inflicted on both sides of the battle for Earth. One unintended effect of the Long War is the appearance of the little green men on Earth. Scars of this war were countless, from the destruction of Pluto to the slaughter of the skyfish. There seems to be no end in sight for its carnage. Oh my god, this is crazy. Anunnaki are humanity's original creator and greatest enemy. Ruling from the 10th planet of the solar system, Nibiru, the Anunnaki possess a vast and sprawling space empire, which they maintain with ruthless cruelty. However, due to the weak physical bodies of these ancient astronauts, they require countless servile creatures. By splicing their blood with that of apes, they were able to create the first humans on Earth. They then left the planet for millions of years to let the creations prepare for settlement and extracted resources for the Anunnaki. However, the final step of this plan was the extermination of all humans, as they had served their purpose. This was resisted, leading to the Council of Arcturia and beginning the War of the Worlds. This galactic council and treaty of the same name was the moment where various aliens, including the Zeta Reticulans, allied together to fight off the Anunnaki threat, organized by humanity, represented by the Majestic 12. The Council of Arcturia is a landmark in intergalactic diplomacy, and a shared bond that, while weakened by the Battle of Earth, remains strong to this day. The council gets its name from the planet it was hosted on, home of the Arcturians. The Arcturians are renowned psychic healers and one of the most steadfast protectors of Earth. Before War of the Worlds, they used their unique nature as star beings, made only from pure light, to travel the cosmos, acting as space physicians by healing planets of their population and their populations while asking nothing in return. The Arcturians had been attacked and provoked numerous times by the Anunnaki due to their kindness, but never resorted to violence until the Majestic 12 revealed the full extent of Anunnaki's evil. Jesus, this is a whole... You could base a whole thing on this. This is... I feel like this is going into what the heck he... Like, this is a step above. Yeah. Humanity's greatest Zeta Reticulans. Humanity's greatest ally, the Zeta Reticulans are gray-skinned aliens from Zeta Reticuli, conquered by the Anunnaki. The Zetans were vassals for a time, often conducting science expeditions and surveillance on behalf of their masters. This eventually allowed them to make contact with humanity using their flying saucers, which it would go on to transport the Majestic 12 to the Council of Arcturia. Since the battle for Earth, they had been unable to keep permanent bases on Earth, only conducting flybys in their ships and making occasional forms of psychic contact. Due to these being the first cosmic beings humanity has met, and in honor of the alliance between man and grey, all study and interactions with extraterrestrials are referred to as Zetanology and Zeta by Zetanologists. Little Green Men. Little Green Men is a catch-all term for the diverse alien opportunists which have visited Earth to benefit from its current weakened state since its devastation. The name comes from the physical description of the most common visitor, the Andromedans. The Andromedans, a civilization of nomads, can often cause annoyance or inconvenience due to their mischievous nature, but are ultimately harmless. This is true for most beings which end up falling under the category of Little Green Men. The Majestic 12 are a group of 12 members of the Men in Black, who betrayed their Anunnaki masters and the deep state. What? To inform the galactic community about the extensive crimes and evils done by their creators. They were transported to the Council of Bacteria by the Zeta Reticulans and Flying Saucers, where they successfully gathered allies for humanity, thereby starting the War of the Worlds. Their fate and true identities are unknown and hotly contested among experts in Zetanology. I feel like I was just hit by a freight train. This is crazy. This is like, they put so much fucking lore into what is basically just a UFO religion. But I kind of love it. I kind of love how they put so much fucking lore into this. It's very immersive. Love it. Love it. Love it. You're going up right here in what the hecky tier. Okay. Well, I don't think we can peek that, but let's check out the other astronomist face, just in case. Ashtari is believed that before the... Well, before we actually go there, I want to check, like, what are some of the god list are the Zetans, the high and knowledgeable gods. The Greys are the alternates. The vast universe is the creator. The vibratorial frequencies are the health. The Venusians are the fertility gods. Enki and the good Anunnaki are the wealth god. The little green men are the household and trickster gods. The Arcturian charioteers are the war god. The saucers, the night god. The men of Titan, the water god. Gilgamesh, Tauri, the death god. And the Anunnaki, the devil and witch god. Ancient aliens conspiracies and alien abduction stories. Great. Fucking great. Anyway. Ashtar Galactic Command is an... Ashtar is believed that before the fall of mankind, an ancient advanced cosmic being named Ashtar Sharan contacted Earth, warning a great disaster soon to come. Having guided and uplifted countless civilizations prior, Ashtar sought to directly guide humanity's ascent towards the stars. The Ashtar Galactic Command now seems to bring humanity into the Age of Aquarius via its selected representatives of Earths. The faith itself is hated by the Master, the final authority on which messages are authentic and which primitive delusions that serve only to delay humanity's ascensions. Okay, I feel like the figure of Ashtar Seran and the movement surrounding it. Like, I feel like I've seen a bunch of shit on cults, you know, like, you know, spirit science? That's a famous, well, cult. They were pretty huge on YouTube. They still are pretty huge on YouTube, in fact. And I think I heard Age of Aquarius from them when, like, watching a reaction videos towards them. But yeah, this one is I'm not gonna lie, it's hard to peek. Wait, Hellbomb for the devil god, Nikola Tesla for the night gods, Sananda Jesus for the what? Why is what? Okay, maybe I'm kind of okay. Seeing that, I think this is at least a good idea. But explain why the hell... Why is Nikola Tesla the night god? What the hell was the Hellbomb? Explain, please. A wiki. Like, okay, like... I'm gonna put it in good idea. It has some good ideas. Pallas Athena is the war god, sure. Yeah, like, but Nikola Tesla is the war god, the Hellbomb is the devil god? What? Sananda Jesus is the... Yeah, this one, like, it's a good idea, but it can use some... it can use some like adjustments. How far are we? Most seem to go just in creative. Not that many in good idea or meh or boring. Camino Estelar is a astronomer faith present in Peru and Chile. Followers of the Camino Estelar or star path believe that the Atacama and Andes have long been home to countless individuals who have paid homages to the ancients by through the contemplation of its breathtaking night sky. Among these wanderers are those who have been found solace in the desert, and it is from this very place that the magnificent Viracocha, the cosmic lord of the ancient, reigned alongside this esteemed court of celestial beings. By abiding by Viracocha's laws, believers can earn the right to stand as equals among the exalted cosmic beings of the Wilcamayu. You mean the Milky Way? With reverent vigilance, they look for degrees and divine messages through observatories while acting as dutiful custodians over these sacred lands. Okay, so basically these guys look at the stars and they think like, this is much more, I guess, spiritual? Much more traditional spiritual than the first ones. The Nazca lines and observatories in the Andes. Okay. Okay. What were the Nazca lines again? Was that like a real thing or was it like a hoax? Okay, where would I put that? Creative, I guess. Do those follow the star path? Viracocha is an extraterrestrial king who has brought his court to Earth in order to share his people's advanced technology, wise laws, and profound music with humanity. Okay. Okay, so never mind, it is pretty crazy. While some others are confused, mistaking him for a god and his courtiers for angels, the Carmino Estrelas know better. Rather, Viracocha was a mortal being, though one beyond current human understanding. Since ordering the construction of Tiwanaku, ruling the Incan Empire, and then departing back to the stars, it is unknown exactly what he is doing now. Despite this, those on the star path have faith that the Cosmic Lord will give them a sign and one day return. The Wilcamayu, or Sacred River, is a traditional term used for the Milky Way. I knew it! Within Andean astrological study, mirrored by the Wilcamayu River flowing down on Kunurana. A great deal of importance was once placed upon both its celestial and terrestrial forms for the value they provided Incan civilization. Those on the star path uses its course, it weaves among the stars to decipher the meaning of the cosmos to this day, seeing it as both a place to dream of one day reaching and hoping and of one day reaching and a template to emulate on Earth. Okay. So this is like a holy river, you know, like the Ganges. Alright. Like the Ganges, but kind of for alien worshippers. I guess. Or maybe it's just like, okay, this one is the Ganges, but the Wilcamayu is the Milky Way. Okay. This one's creative. I'm gonna put it in creative. It's not as insane, because it does seem to be more somewhat traditional. in terms of religion. Alright. How many have we done? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 plus 8 is 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 again. Plus 16 again, so that's 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. We have done 42 so far. 10%! Oh boy, oh boy. Wait, pirate? Wait, Viking? Hold on. I wanna know. I'll check those out later. Okay. Eclipsarianism. According to Eclipsarians, humanity's ancestors once suffered pitiful existence under the endless glare of Solatomos, the sun, who begat the elements of the cosmos and then without care ceased activity and left mankind to suffer. As with its atomic energy, Sol cyclically authored the end of every cosmic eon with a nova. This terrible fire engulfed all reality and seeded a new cosmos. Under this cycle, humanity eked out a meager existence. Tenaciously, humanity slowly analyzed and stole a fraction of Sol's energy. Using this pre-event, man toiled to construct a new god, Luna Apollo, the moon, as a bulwark against Sol Atomos Nova, man's creation of Luna enraged Sol, who attempted to restart the cosmos once again. This was Sol's final flare, minuscule compared to Sol Atomos' unfathomable power. Thanks to the heroic defense launched by mankind's champion, Luna Apollo, and henceforth the cycle of eons has been subsued. Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, so let me take that in. Okay, so Sol Atomos is basically like the sun, right? But this one's an evil god. They consider it an evil god. And they consider the sun someone that left mankind to suffer. And they he just like brings a supernova to each cycle. But humanity stole a fraction of sun's energy and created a new god, the moon, as a bulwark against the nova of the sun. And this enraged the sun, who wanted to restart the cosmos once again, but he failed. And the cycle was ended. So holy shit. Solatomos is the creator, death, and devil god. Luna Apollo is the higher wealth and night god, and the moon is the other alternate height. So they worship. They think humanity has created. They think the sun is evil, and that humanity has created the moon in order to fight the evil sun. That is insane. That is insane again. That is crazy. That is crazy once again. That is fucking insane, I feel. Like the sun is evil. They created humanity, and humanity created the moon to fight the sun. That's fucking insane. What is this inspired by? It doesn't say. It's initially an atomic faith called Novaism, which similarly associated Thomas with the sun, believing that his messages radiated directly from his place in the sky, and that he was the only one of worship. Oh, so that's why we're talking about like atoms and stuff. Wait, we haven't gone to we haven't gone to atomists yet. Ah, shit. Where are those at anyway? Oh my god. Oh, they're here, okay. In quantum. Okay, yeah, that one's insane. I didn't think we could, like, reach the heights of that one, but here we are. Here we are. Maybe it's even... I don't think it's what the hecky tier just yet. Like, I feel like what the hecky... Okay, like... Okay. Maybe the... Okay. Maybe the two names should be switched up. Right? Nah, actually it's fine. It's fine, it's fine. Keep what the hecky tier and insane tier. We'll see later. Men once traveled amongst the stars, staking the knowledge of creation locked away in the night sky and bringing it down to earth by traveling upon the children of the cosmos, the gateways. The places on earth where this journey would occur became vast complexes, storing the galactic wisdom gleaned from the voyages within their halls. When the cosmic termination struck and man's world fell, the gateways were broken and the stars locked from man's grasp. This cosmic knowledge could have allowed humanity to rebuild was stolen and scattered across the world. Voyagers seek to rediscover the wisdom of the stars and return humanity to the cosmic age, traveling far and wide from their centuries to seek out any parcel of scrap and information which could allow them to rebuild their gateway and tame the sky once more. Okay, so they believe stargates are real. These guys believe stargates are real then. Yeah, it seems so. And they believe humanity used... No, they believe... They straight up... This is basically Stargate, the religion. This is Stargate. Absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Crazy tier. Crazy tier. Sociedad de Salvación Sideral. La voz prolecia spoke to a simple worker, telling him that the world had progressed to a tipping point. Such was the knowledge and spirit that workers had cultivated that a revolution unlike any before was imminent. This revolution was to break the cycle and bring about the end of history, and this man was to be its harbinger, El Camarada, and he became known, founded by the international movement for liberation known as the Society of Sidereal Salvation to kickstart a revolution, but this vision was scorned. To this day, the society continues to prepare for the atomic war, which will finally end the cycle and create the conditions for the end of history. Up newsflash, the atomic war already happened. The ideology of J. Posedas, okay. I don't see exactly how this is a astronomer religion? Exactly? Like, why? Why? Like, aid from the heavens? I mean, sure, but... Founded the... okay. Okay, crazy then. Was an Argentine Trotskist was personal vision is usually described as post-citizen. Oh! I think I know him. He's the crazy, like, space alien communist guy. Right! Yeah, this is the space alien communist guy. Where do I put him? Creative? Good idea? Meh. This blurb is... it's good, I guess, but... like... I do feel like it's a little lacking. Kind of unfortunate because, you know, like they don't go into enough detail about the aliens here, I feel. It's a good idea, but like Like, give some more details on how aliens factor into this. It's an astronomer belief after all, you know, like, you'd figure that they focus a bit more on aliens, but no. Yeah, kinda disappointing to be honest. Tranquillisme, two more. Is an organized astronomer faith based around Montreal. The core value that underpins tranquillisme is the belief in the triumph of scientific truth over mystical deception. Through deep research and in the investigation of the Bible, it is said that visionary Jean Lesage discovered that its content has been warped and twisted throughout history by the clergy in the pursuit of self-serving agendas. The foremost of these truths, obscured from the world, is the identity of God. Rather than a divine, omnipotent being, he is Yahweh, the premier of Les Petits Gris, cosmic travelers who created mankind. Cosmic travelers who created mankind in their image. To tranquillists, the core purpose of the Bible is not to be a tool for restrictive religious institutions, but a guide showing humanity how to rejoin their creations in the stars. Seen as deeply eccentric by Christians, it is only tranquillism's respect for Christian theology and the veneration of the Bible that prevents them of being viewed as blasphemers and rabid heretics. Yes. Where do we... I feel like this is based on something real. But it is based on a cult, I think. Quebec's political and social movement based as the Cry Revolution, which attempted to secularize and obtain greater sovereignty for Quebec, as well as the UFO religion realism. It's kinda... It's alright. It's alright, but... it hits a bit too... You know... Like, I don't know. Like, you have all this crazy stuff about Yahweh being an alien, but this is only like part of like the latter part? Like, give some more information on what they believe, please. Like, I want some more information on their mythology. The Petite Bonhomme Vers, those who came from the sky, the infinite universe, Bonhomme Carnival, Yahweh, la extraterrestre, les Petites Bonhomme Gris, Hydroelectricité, Death, and Satan the Dissenter. Yeah, this is one kind of Valo de Amhanhesser. The Valo de Amhanhesser, or Donners, are an organized astronomer faith present in Brazil in 666. The Donner icon depicts an Egyptian pharaoh, representing how they believe we're equituman aliens. The Valo de Amhanhesser is an ancient hermetic syncretic tradition of belief centered around the revelation to the high mediums of the church by the ancient spirit of Father White Arrow. The so-called Aparas, the religious leaders, are said to be able to exploit the powers of cure? What? Present in the human form, and the observance of rules of conduct also revealed to be the doctrinarians. Donners also believe the unbroken tradition of the alien race of equithumans who landed on Earth almost 33,000 years ago and have been reincarnated into the leadership of every civilization since. It is a fringe belief to some that the sovereignty of Brazil is hinged on the same cycle as the equithumans. Okay, I feel this is, again, like a lot of these, I feel like this could use a bit more time in the oven. Like these last 3 astronomer faves, they could use a bit more time in the oven explaining their exact beliefs and what their mythology is and why they believe like aliens. Like Zetanology and like evil sun religion. Those were fucking peak. Those were hilarious. That and Stargate. These 3 were hilarious, and like peak in their lore. This one was alright, kind of believable as a real religion. These 3 are they could use some time in the oven. These 4, yeah. So it's kind of like it's a mixed bag, but definitely the highs are high. The highs are very high. All right, that's all. That's all. That's all astronomer faith still. Shall we do Vikings and lake shores? Lacustina. Along the shores of the Great Lakes from the decimation of the event emerged the lacustrine traditions. These faith view fluidity as a central concept binding their religions together, like the eternal but ever-changing waves of a beach. For as long as water and blood flow in a never-ending cycle, so too shall time. Okay. So we got Vikings. Vikings believe that the world is a struggle full of victory and defeat that culminated in Ragnarok. In order to ensure success during the next Ragnarok, adherents have developed a culture driven by those who are strongest in their societies. The faithful spend their whole lives pushing themselves to their limits in order to prove to the High Coach Thor that they are worthy of joining him in Valhalla fame. Vikings believe that their indomitable warrior spirit will carry them to the next victory in a continuing cycle of competition and violence. Oh, that's great. We got sports culture mixed with like Viking LARPing. That's just fucking peak. That's fucking peak. Oh, hold on. Yeah, that's peak. Insane. Straight up. Okay. Ragnarok is the ultimate battle at the end of every season of the 9 realms. Every battle, the away team attempts to bleed the world tree dry, and humanity along with it. Defeat in the last Ragnarok was narrowly avoided by Thor's valiant sacrifice. This battle of the fates has been waged many times, and while humanity and the gods have come on top of each time, defeat must surely be the complete end of the 9 realms. During this season, High Coach Thor has been building up the Valhalla fame by drafting the strongest Vikings in order to ensure victory can be achieved once more when Ragnarok returns. Valhalla fame is the most prestigious of Viking afterlives, served as the home of esteemed warriors and leaders. Each player is picked by Thor himself to the powers of as a warrior and a leader. Each leader has their own space dedicated to their achievements and strengths, both off and on the battlefield. The Valhalla fame will be responsible for the defense of the World Tree when the next Ragnarok begins. Oh my god. The World Tree is a structure that holds the 9 realms together, yet it is not truly immortal. For it can be hurt by neglecting its many needs and by harming parts of it, be it accidental or intentional. Okay. One of the most important needs of the tree is a violent sacrifice, for it feeds on the dead in order to give to the living. During the last Ragnarok, Thor slew himself upon the tree, and in doing so was reborn more powerful than before. Vikings must maintain the world tree at all costs by sacrificing both themselves and their enemies in order to ensure that the new gods and humanity alike are strong enough to make it through to the next Ragnarok. In Viking cosmology, a season is a time of period between each Ragnarok. Favre is a player in the Valhalla frames that was once the opponent's side during a previous Ragnarok. During the final quarter of that battle, he defeated the Vikings. He defected to the Viking side and cost the away team the victory. Great, this is great. This is fucking great. Like sports mixed with Viking LARPing. Okay, we still alive. Okay. Okay. What are their gods? We have Thor. We have the head coach. We have Lombardi. I don't know what that is. We have Freya. We have Bunyan. Like Paul Bunyan. We have the house mascots. Oh, that's great. Like all those little sports mascots. We have Polaris. We have the Grey Wanderer. We have Favra. I don't know what it is. The Five Sisters, Hela, and the away team. Great. All right. That's a pretty great religion. I love how they don't even call it like Norse. They don't even call this like a Norse religion. They just call it Viking because this is like so completely removed from any and all traditional Germanic belief systems that it's completely a separate thing. It's great though. I love it. Lakeshore is an unreformed lacustrine faith in 2666. The Great Lakes area depicts a spiral with 5 dots in it to represent the 5 lakes. The Lakeshore faithful believe that existence is dictated by a series of heavily intertwined and complex cycles. Chief among them the process of love and anger, which the water of the lake of okay, I got a breather. I've been reading for 2 hours straight. It's taking a real like toll on me. Okay. The Lakeshore faithful believe that existence is dictated by a series of heavily intertwined and complex cycles. Chief among them the process of love and anger which the water of the lakes undergoes. Over the course of a year she will cycle between being the lady or the witch, both giving and taking life as effortlessly as the waves cresting upon the shores. Depending on her mood, the lake folk see everything as having a spirit, and there are very many in their large cosmology. However, the greatest among them is Polaris, the great keeper spirit who remains everlasting across every cycle, responsible for bestowing the gift of eternal light upon the world. Polaris will always try to guide adherents safely to their destinations, despite all the turmoil for which the living must undoubtedly face. Well, to be honest, this doesn't really feel like the Viking one at all. I don't know why they're here. Besides just being in the same location, I guess. They're very different. But is it creative? Sure, I'm saying, you know what, I'm gonna put this in creative. I feel like this is something that could happen in real life. And yeah. It's a creative one, that's for sure. Alright. Brethren of the Coast. Okay, nautical. The nautical religions emerged on the shores of the open ocean, and their practitioners' relationship with the sea forms the core of their beliefs and practices. Life on the high seas is often harsh and unpredictable, and this is reflected in the teachings of various nautical faiths. Okay, so their virtues are brave, diligent, and lustful. Great. The Jolly Rovers. They're basically pirates. Brethren of the Coasts, or pirates, are unreformed nautical faiths present on the Bahamas, the ABC Isles, Tortuga, and many along the Florida Peninsula. There are also pirate rulers on Bermuda, Cozumel, and in Colombia. The pirate icon depicts a skull and crossbones on back, an image commonly associated with the Jolly Roger flown above pirate ships. Brethren of the Coast behavior to live in tune with the unpredictable and often violent rhythms of the sea. Their maritime spiritual savior guides seafarers to seek good fortune and bliss, whether it's by deception or by sword, as they are ushered in nothing but the most primal instincts. These seafarers believe that a passionate and strong commitment to the way of the Cutlass can allow the most exceptional of pirates to achieve divinity and immortality in the Fiddler's Green. Okay, so they got Stella Maris is the water god and Crater, War, and High God. They got the Star of the Seas as the High God. They got Saint Elmo as the household god. They got the Flying Dutchman as the night god. They got Skill as the witch god, and they got Davy Jones as the devil. Eh, I feel like it's disappointing. Like I like you know how they fucking went absolutely crazy with the Vikings? This one feels relatively tame. This one feels more tame, relatively more tame. They should have really like given a bit more, you know, bit more, give a bit more flavor to it. It's a good idea, but it's so lacking. It's so lacking. It's still so lacking. Okay. Alright. How many of the funny ones have we done? Do these count as funny ones? I feel like these should not. Because they're real religions. Well, what the hell is wellness? Wellness, human potential, and superfamilian. Wellness. The wellness traditions of the Americas aren't a religion in the traditional sense. Instead, they are a collection of various alchemical and mystical traditions that propose to bring health and prosperity to those who partake in them. While they are often accompanied by various cosmological beliefs, these are usually de-emphasized in favor of spiritual practice. Oh, so it's self-help bullshit. Okay. Leaders of mankind's potential. Each person has an amazing, unlimited well of potential that goes untapped for most of their lives. Instead of being the best versions of themselves, they toil away, unfulfilled and unhappy. The leaders of mankind's potential can change all of that. Already enlightened coaches, having been trained by teachers of their own, show their students how to actualize their hidden self and become a leader. These techniques collectively known as the many-step process are not a formula to follow, but a road to live in life, acting as a foundation on which followers might build a new, more fulfilling life upon. Okay. The potential within, the best version of you. Positive thinking, magnetism, success, affirmation, law of attraction, self-care, self-doubt, the cosmic power, the negative force, will. Okay, so this is very clearly influenced by like self-help bullshit. I kind of like it though. You know what? I think they got some good points. They got some good points. Like it's good to be like optimistic and like it's good to care for yourself, you know, and to be the best version of yourself. I think it's good, and they got some good points. Here we go. Whoop. Superfamiliarism. Oh my god, it's a pyramid scheme! Oh my god, it's a pyramid scheme! It's straight up a pyramid scheme. They don't even hide it. They don't even hide it. This is straight up a pyramid scheme. Okay, according to superfamiliarists, the source of all of mankind's ills are the barriers we put upon each other. These barriers are prevent us from becoming the best versions of ourselves and share that success with others. In order to break free, a new connection between members, a family bond as powerful as flesh and blood is needed. A connection superfamiliarists claim to provide. Life for members is organized in various layers, units, and cells, each determined by spiritual and familial lineage and led by one prominent figure. Members pay tribute to their leaders, and in return the leaders protect and promote the spiritual well-being of their children. For each person added to the family, the power and influence of their unit leaders grows until every living being on the planet is united under one grand banner. Oh my god, this is like the darker version of the self-help. This is just straight up a cult and a pyramid scheme. It's great, it's funny. It's very funny. I'm gonna put it here. Insane. Yeah. Alright, alright. How many do we have? Occultists? I wanna know what these are. Got, okay. Out of the funny ones, quote unquote, we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 54, 55. At least 55. Yeah. Plus maybe some of these? I don't know what these are. Perfect Liberty. Oh! Oh, is this like Shintoism? Wait, hold on. Neo-Nipponic. Okay. So, New Japanese. Okay. Church of Perfect Liberty. Once known as... Hold on. We have this organized. Yes, yes, we have. The Church of Perfect Liberty, once known as Perfect Liberty Kyodan, is a group originating from the land of the rising sun that emphasizes liberty from negative mental habits. Believers profess that through personal development, human beings can reach their maximum potential and achieve harmony with godliness in themselves. While once limited to Japanese migrants and their descendants, through miracle work and preaching a strong ethical code, the faith grew outside its traditional ethnic boundaries, particularly in Brazil. Most importantly, the Perfect Liberty's teachings are 21 precepts formulated by the founder, which emphasize the expression of human individuality through overcoming mental hardships, as well as beliefs in human equality and pacifism. I feel like this is based on a cult, isn't it? What is this? Okay. Um. Okay, I don't think it's too creative. Like, maybe not too high. Maybe not too high. I don't like. I mean, sure. I can kind of guess that through personal development, humans can achieve harmony and godness within himself. I mean, sure. Deus do universal. The universe, great God, God of the universe, art of life, karma, rebirth, and disharmony. I mean, sure, I'm for that. I'm for, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna put it in good points. Even if it's probably a cult. Even if it's probably a cult, you know, like Shinryo. Shinikryo. This was a cult. This was a cult that attacked like the that like committed a terrorist attack. Actually, like if it's a, I don't well there's the fucking like there's any evidence that it's based on Shinkyo yet. But if it is, then I might put it down a bit. But I guess they got some good. You know what? Actually, like, there could be. It's lacking. Like I know what. Like okay, right? Like with human potential, it was very clear what it's based upon. With Perfect Liberty, it's not as clear. And they really should do more world building with it, I feel. Like give me some more like world building on it. Okay. Egyptologist. What? Egyptology, an organized Atlantean faith that does not exist on the map. After the fall of the great Atlantis, well, tragic, did leave behind an heir to the civilization which would become a rival to their profound majesty and heavily influence the progress of the Americas. The society was Egypt. This lost nation served. What the hell is Atlantis? Well, I gotta look at the Atlanteans then. Okay. Brief detour. For many people of the world, there is only one event, only one civilization who achieved anything of any value before being completely obliterated. For the Atlanteans, however, there were more. These esoteric religions reserved the great mythic civilizations of the past, believing their chosen precursor to have possessed the spiritual and physical truths that greatly exceeded that even the nations of after the first ruination, which other groups routinely attempted to emulate. Unsurprisingly, exactly what these lost empires were varies massively between sects. Now in the modern day, the various faiths of Atlantean tradition devote themselves to dealing with a world that has forgotten its true history. Okay, so they're Atlantis. These are Atlantis conspiracy theorists. Great, great. Okay, now back to Egyptology. The fall of the great Atlantis, while tragic, did leave behind an heir to the civilization which will become a rival to their profound majesty and heavily influenced the progress of the Americas. The society was Egypt. This lost nation serves as the spiritual basis for the Egyptologists who seek to regain its cosmic powers and to recreate their grand pyramids. The movement focuses its worship around the sun god Ra's divine knowledge and the destinies which he and other celestial beings have given to humanity across history, attempting to use the Enlightenment to act as stewards of Egypt's legacy. The faithful also try to decode the scriptures of other religions, unlocking hidden meanings and revealing the truth that Egyptian civilization is actually the root of all cultures and faiths across the world. Once the truth of Egyptian ascendancy is revealed, a new age of spiritual and technological mastery will begin again. Okay, so they aren't straight up copy-paste of Egyptian folklore, but they're more like Egypt fetishists. They more so worship the idea of Egypt rather than what people in ancient Egypt actually believed. Very interesting. Very interesting. I feel like this goes in creative. For sure. Not that many in May yet, but I guess we'll get it. You know what, I feel like this one's May. Okay? And it's a good idea, I guess. Just don't like the cosmic ones, the what were they called again? The idiosyncratic faiths, those were very confusing. Those were very esoteric. Okay. They have a lot of stuff though. They have got like Ra, Sumnum, Bonum, Mat, Sinum, Nectar, Bastet, Wealth, yada yada yada. Cleopatra! They got Cleopatra as a witch god. Yeah, great. Duke Napoleon Ramsey of Little Egypt is a secret Egyptologist. Oh, that's great. That's great, Little Egypt. That's very funny. It's hilarious. It's very funny. Okay. Oh boy. We've got still a lot of faiths to go over. How's the stream going? Oh man, it's. I need to take another break. Sorry, but it's just. Oof. It's so warm still. Yeah, I'm just okay. Small food break. Okay, small food break, guys. Okay. Then we'll get back to the other Atlantean faiths, I suppose. Yeah, but yeah, small food break. All right. We are back. Somewhat. I apologize if that took a bit long. To any VOD watchers or like lurkers, but I had to have some food. I just had to have some food. But now I got the energy again, and I can do some more. I can do some more reviews. Maybe not everything though. Maybe not everything. I don't think we can do every single one. I don't know if I want to make this a two-parter. I guess I'll have to think about it. But I at least want to. I at least want to finish the Atlantean faiths and the occultist faiths. And then let's see which other like crazy ones do we have? Okay, Guruists. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We got 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56. We got 56 left. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't think I could do 56. But maybe there'll be a part 2, depending on how it goes. On what you guys think. Let's see here. How many have we done? 5, 9. 9 plus 12 is 21. 19 plus 21 is 40. 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54. So we are roughly at half of it, I guess. I guess I'll see how much I still can do. But I'll at least do the Atlantean ones. Alright. Alright, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go do the Atlantean ones. Alright. Culto de Balam Votan. Founded by Neo-Mayan scholars and mystics, the Culto Balam Votan claims the true nature of the past cycles lain in ancient tome. It held that the first cycle was begun by a god king of land across the sea, known as Valam Votan, where he was known as Wotan Balam, the All-Father. Wait. Is this another Norse mythology based ones? Alongside him were the Vanir, Aesir, and Toltecs. Guided by these revolutions, the new cult was born. Based on the power of the will and a noble death in battle, after which they would be received in Valam Votan. The Votanist icon depicts two ravens, which represents the two ravens, Hugin and Munin, that sit on Odin's shoulders on Norse mythology. Holy shit! Holy shit! They fucking... Where is this located? It's not printed anywhere, but... Okay. It's the similarity between the Mayan name, the name of a Maya god Wotan, and the Norse king of the gods Wotan, as well as some actual association by the two people of the region in real... Holy shit! Holy shit! We got Mayan Viking hybrids! We got a Mayan Viking hybrid! That's crazy! That's crazy as well. And that has nothing to do with the previous Viking faiths too, either. Ahua Votan the Lord, Ixel Cider, Frequik, Asimuhin Kab, Torya Luke, Pakal Votan Tirtohil, Loki Alux, Kinchi Dalir, and Kabrakan. Damn. Damn, okay. Oh, it's insane actually, like that is insane in its own right. Vikings insane, and this one's also insane. We got fucking Mayan Norse hybrid. What the hell? Okay, Akanakar. Drawing from dharmic influences mixed with theosophical concept, Ekanakar is a hierarchical tradition that views unity with the divine forces as primary goal of life. The name Ekanakar is related to the phrase Ik Onkar of Dharmic Santmat origin, but is interpreted in Enkakar to mean co-worker with God. Okay, the leader of Enkakar is the living Ekmaster, who is believed to have a line of reincarnation going back thousands of years to the days of Atlantis and Lemuria. Practices particularly emphasized in Enkakar include spiritual exercises such as the Hu chant, meditation, out-of-body experiences known as soul travel, and reincarnation. I'm not feeling it. I'm sorry. I'm not feeling it. I'm not really feeling this one. I want to even put it in meh. I'm just not feeling it. For some reason, like I don't know, it's a bit too boring. Nation of Philos. The ancient peoples of legendary Atlantis, it has been said, fled to an underground city under Mount Shashla after the first ruination, only letting small pieces of their knowledge leak to the surface. That all changed with the granting of the divine Maxim Stone and its noble laws to the Rai of the surface. Not charged with giving true enlightenment to all people of the world under the old banner of Atlantis, the Rai command great spiritual power and temporal authority over the Philosians. This rule may prove tenuous, as the ancient Maxim Stone claims the challenger must supplant the Rai should he ever falter. Okay, so this is again like an Atlantic faith. An Atlantis conspiracy theory cult. I like the art here. The icon of the nation of Philos depicts a spiral based on the signature of Philos from a dweller on two planets, the book on which the faith is ultimately based. The novel A Dweller on Two Planets and the movement surrounding it. In the Amanuensis, Oliver presents the book as a true account of the actual past of the true author, called Philos the Tibetan, identified as Yolgoro. Okay, so it's like a crazy UFO religion again. Just adapted into actual religion. It's alright. It's alright. I'm gonna put it in good idea, sure. But I'm not familiar with the novel. Or the book. Do you call it a book or a novel? The wiki calls it a novel. I don't know. I don't know about it. Neo-Mayanism is an organized Atlantean faith in Yucatan Peninsula. A year-bearer, a figure found in some of the middle of some hap calendars. The Neo-Mayan faith is a set of beliefs that syncretize Mayan cosmology with New Age concepts. As such, they believe that the world has seen cycles that can be traced in the stars, and that Hunapku, as an omnipotent being, is reborn every cycle. The current age, marked as Aquarius, there's that word again! Aquarius! That one was the one that the spirit science called wasn't it? I knew I saw it somewhere before, I just can't remember which religion in particular it was. Anyway, the current age, marked by Aquarius, began after the event. Although a new cycle, corrupt elements from the past still roam this world, as beasts and sin, of which the Hunapku is the leader, acting as the opponent to the new era. Adherents combat these entities by diving the stars and protecting themselves with sacred auras found in crystals. Okay. It's alright, I guess. It's not that crazy. Yeah, I'll put it in good idea. Hmm. Like, I need to think a bit. Maybe it's just that I've seen a lot already now. A lot of the same stuff. But it doesn't feel like this really, like, does anything special in particular. It's mainly just, okay, like, Mayanism. But for the new era. You know? Order of Quetzalcoatl. Arising from the subterranean kingdom of Chico Mosdok, the civilization of Aztlan was founded in ancient time, forming a continent-spanning empire with multiple colonies around the world. Quetzalcoatl, the god king of Aztlan during the first ruination of the fourth sun, fled across the sea with the few remaining survivors, and founded the advanced Aztec civilization. Okay? He established the Toltecayotl to ensure the survival of Atlantean knowledge. The second ruination was the end of the fifth sun. After the fifth sun, who? Oh my god! These Aztec words. The fifth. After the fifth sun, Huitzilopochtli. Hui Huitzilopochtli. Huitzilop. Hui. That's a real tongue twister. Huitzilopochtli is murdered by the Tzitzmitl. By the Tzitzmitl, destroying. Okay. Let me read that again. The second ruination was the end of the fifth sun. After the fifth sun, Huitz is murdered by the Tziz, destroying humanity with a massive earthquake. Quetzalcoatl restores humanity by killing Mictlantecuhtli Mictlantecuhtli. Quetzalcoatl restores humanity by killing Mite, becoming the sixth son of. In the process, everyday worship mainly revolves around the worship of the god king Quetzalcoatl as the sun god and inheritor of Aztlan, with various other polytheistic Aztec deities worshipped alongside him. The intended goal of practitioners is to establish the sixth root race, La Terra Cosmetica, in order to establish an advanced civilization with the esoteric knowledge of Aztlan and the Aztec Empire. Okay, I think they definitely put more effort into this one than Neo-Mayanism. It seems. Yeah, I think so. I think they put more effort into this, so we'll put it in creative. Uh-huh. Oh my god, those are such hard, like, names to say, but okay. Basically, okay, so the basic Atlantean shit, then Quetzalcoatl goes to funds the Aztec civilization, then he, like, established something to ensure the survival of it, then another ruination. The fifth son was murdered, destroying humanity with a massive earthquake. Quetzalcoatl restores humanity, becoming the sixth son. Everyday worship revolves around worshipping the god king Quetzalcoatl as the sun god and inheritor of Aztlan, with various others beside him. And yeah, and the goal is to establish a new advanced civilization. Okay, I think I got it. So Quetzalcoatl is the god king of Atlantis, and there are various other gods, including La Llorona from the critically acclaimed Conjuring series. It's based on the order of Quetzalcoatl. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. That's a cool little serpent. I like that guy. It's a Masonic. Oh, it's another cult. Great. Okay. It's a Masonic appendant invitational body. Oh, they're Freemasons. Okay. Its main contribution is for transportation funds. Okay. But I don't think this is a religious cult actually, so I stand corrected on that. It's just based on them. But it's not a cult, I guess. I don't know much about Freemasons. Across dusty... Okay, Ozymandianism. Across dusty stretches of the Midwest, we hope... The hopes for a brighter future shine brilliant green. In the wake of the collapse of both previous attempts at reaching perfection, the land of Oz... What? The land of Oz and Attic America, respectively. The Ozymandians defy probability and dream of finally attaining utopia. The faithful believe that every glorious society is guided by a collection of spiritual principles and celestial forces known as Oz, and that by internalizing the meaning of these concepts, people can be guided to building utopia on the earth. The sweeping vision involves not only the equality of men and women, but the shared harmony of all in society. Believers refuse to integrate with the unguided nations, although they have no qualms with bringing the power of civilization against barbarism when it is deemed necessary. To the Ozymandians, there is no cost or adversity too great to prevent the creation of their true emerald utopia. Okay, so it's based on the Wizard of Oz, but it's also not that, like, it's not that much. No. See, they have the Emerald City as the positive afterlife. But it's not that much based on Oz. It's a weird one for sure. It's a weird one. But like they want to... Okay, so... They want to actually like... attain utopia by creating like civilization and like harmony and equality and all that shit. They're kind of xenophobic, but they don't have an issue with spreading civilization. But they're also still very much like influenced by the Wizard of Oz. Oh, while there are no open Ozymandian practitioners in 2066, High Chiefess Margaret the Wicked Witch of Alba of West Kansas is a secret practitioner. Oh gee, I wonder why. Alright, well, I'll put it in creative. I don't think it's not quite up and insane yet, because they don't really go with like... They don't integrate the Oz shit all that much. There's just some slight flavoring for the Wizard of Oz, but it's not like they have like Dorothy and the Tin Man as like saints and gods. No. It's just that they have like some slight, very slight influence by it. They could do a bit more, but it's creative. Theosophy is an organized Atlantean faith. Theoposites posit a secret religion at the heart of all religious traditions which have persisted through a line of Mahatmas, or masters of ancient wisdom. These masters live in high, isolated peaks where they can protect secret wisdom regarding the ultimate truth of the universe. Theosophists hold that humanity is the fifth of a kalpic cycle of species that evolve spiritually, obtaining new senses with each evolution. Humanity, while more spiritually advanced than its predecessors, is not the culmination, but the one link in a chain, helping educate humanity and guiding them to a spiritual apotheosis and is the pre-enlightened world teacher, the Maitreya. Interesting. Interesting. The Matre, the infinite greater god. Interesting though, but I like the idea that they're like one in a step of evolution. It's an interesting one for sure. Inspiration theosophy in real life. Wait, if this is a real one, should I then like put it down? And we already have no. Okay, it's very clearly a different one. Where would I put it? I think in creative. I don't think it's enough to be insane, but I think in creative, yeah. I don't see how this is Atlantean though either. They don't mention anything about Atlantis. Hell, Oz didn't mention anything about Atlantis. So it's very confusing why these two are there. Alright, that's the Atlantean face. I guess most go into creative or just good idea. There's not any that is just... Well, there is one that is straight up insane, and that is Maya plus, like, Mayan Norse hybrid religion. That is insane. I love it. But yeah, occultists. Occultists understand that the end of the antediluvian world came not from mankind's hubris or the fulfillment of ancient prophecies. Rather, the event was made manifest by the actions of the old gods. Vast forces with various names that move with unknowable and uncaring purpose. The occultists cope with the machinations of these incomprehensible beings in different ways, but none among them deny that humanity lives underneath enormously powerful entities which are incapable of mustering any feeling towards something as tiny as mankind. The only path to survival in a world such as this is to understand just how significant people are within it. Okay, so these are the Lovecraftian deity worshippers. Relentless adventurer Herbert Bodie of the adventuring band known as the Snowbirds, located in the country of Knox in eastern Tennessee, is an open practitioner. Just so you know. Descending from secretive fraternal clubs, arcane occultry embraces the once purely decorative orders, ranks, and rituals of their forefathers as legitimate methods to showing devotion to the source of all world's knowledge, the Grand Architect, while also protecting the group from the group's true goal from outsiders. This mission is to preserve humanity's wisdom from the grasp of the madness, the insanity which threatens to consume the universe unless resisted. The Arcanists believe that the event was caused by a failure of humanity to safeguard its secrets and powers from the madness. And to prevent this from ever happening again, they carefully gained their antediluvian knowledge and magic while showing unwavering fealty to the great architect and once living masons that have once since been blessed and elevated to assist in the architect's grand design. So this is the actual Freemasonry religion, I think. The Freemasons present in New England and the New York Rite of Freemasonry. Yep. This is the Freemasons, okay. But interesting though. So like, its mission is to defend humanity's wisdom from the madness. And I believe it's like, the end is caused by them failing to do so. So to do so, they want to gather the knowledge again to protect it from the madness. And showing like devotion to the Grand Architect. And yeah. And the living masons become kind of like, they like get elevated. Alright. It's fine. Cool symbol though. I'll put it in creative. Okay. Fathomless occultery. Along the fathomless occultery. Along the mist-sprayed rocky shores of New England, the followers of fathomless occultery believe they keep the fragile equilibrium of the world in balance. They stand as guardians, shrouded in a cold, dark aura that echoes their desolate whispers of a forsaken enlightenment. The deep ones, beckoned with the recklessness of the old ones, of the old world's so-called Great Awakening, destroyed the old world that forsook the ancient safeguards, leaving the pitiful few who tended to the lights to seek refuge on these shores. The faithful's aversion to outsiders and their ideas serves as a crucial linchpin in maintaining the delicate balance of the old world, of the new world. For any lapse of vigilance may cause the lights to falter, and the protective barrier that wards the deep ones will collapse and usher in an era of infractable madness, an ascending famine, and unfathomable terror that shall consume the new world. The old man of the sea is the high god, Neptune is the other high god, the deep ones are the evil gods, other stars is the health god, shorebound Jehovah is the household god. Interesting. Cthulhu is the war and devil. Fitting. And the white whale is the trickster god. Yeah, this one is straight up like the Lovecraft religion. But basically, like, and very much based on lighthouses too. Tended to the light. Okay, so like, they believe the old ones destroyed the great old ones. The deep ones destroyed the old world, and they basically hid in lighthouses, and they still hide in and they still kind of tend to these lighthouses, because then they can like, they still tend to these lighthouses as a sort of protective barrier against the deep ones, which is alright. I like this. I like this one. This one's creative. A lot of creative ones. Gothic occultery. In the heart of New England woods, in the heart of the New England woods, where shadows dance like moonlight specters, Gothic occultery unfolds in the hidden clearings and burnt-out hearths, where winds whisper secrets that only the gifted and chosen can fully comprehend. The faithful find solace in the echoes of the elder tales, where the lines between good and evil become invisible in the darkness. Madness, a mantle worn by the outside world, finds no place here. For the faithful, clarity and protection is found through communion with the strange forces that govern the universe. The ageless stranger, an enigmatic link between mortals and the old ones, is the conduit through which the influence of these powers are felt and utilized, though always at a price. This one's confusing. Left-hand path, oh, okay. So like, this one's like in the woods. This one's like the elder sign, okay, yeah. I'm kinda confused by this one. Okay, but this one's in the woods. The haunted echo. They find solace in echoes of tales, right? The lines where the lines of good and evil become invisible. There is no place for madness here, or ratherly, everything is mad within it, or everything is mad within it, I guess, or maybe not. No, wait. A mental world. Okay, so they believe the outside world is madness, but the tales they weave are not mad. Okay. For the faithful, clarity and protection is found through communing with the strange forces that govern the universe. Okay, so like, if you're faithful in this, then you can like commune with the strange forces that govern the universe, like through the Ageless Stranger, where you can like talk towards the universe, but at a price. Okay. I feel like this is very horror influenced. Cool doll, but yeah. Nyarlathotep. Nyarlathotep, Nyaruko confirmed. Nyarlathotep, Morningstar, Old Scratch, the Pharaoh. The Pharaoh, that's a typo. The Fallen Champion, Mr. Dark Rayman reference? The Ageless Stranger has gone by many names and titles over the course of eons. As a being, he is the human face who stands as emissary for the countless faraway old ones, interacting with mankind in their stead. In exchange for tribute and devotion for those who seek him, he uses the power of the old ones to provide sanctuary from the madness which has infested reality ever since the strange times. Interesting, like the event. Interesting. In addition to do anything else their heart could desire, fortune, love, peace, and power, the Ageless Stranger can make anything a mortal wishes come true. Yet he is in service to greater machination, and his power is not truly his. His gift will always require sufficient payment. This one is very creative. I don't entirely get it, but I dig it. I dig it. I really like this one. I really like this one. You know what? Let's put it. You know, because I like it so much, let's put it in up top. They got some good points. They got some good points. Let's be honest. But yeah, yeah, that are creative. Yeah, let's keep it here. Alright, I think that's maybe about enough for now. I don't know. I am getting a little tired. But we still have a lot to go. We do still have a lot to go, and I don't think I can do them all at once. Maybe another time. Maybe another time. Yeah, fuck it. Let's do it another time. I'm getting pretty tired anyway. Yeah, sure. Let's do the rest another time. Let's see here. No need to burn it out, I feel. So yeah, anyway, thank you all for joining, even though not many joined, but thank you for joining Tribal Toll. Thank you for joining anyone who was lurking or watching VOD. And have a good day or night. Oyasumi.